Mm. Hello, hello. Welcome to the stream, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, I don't know. I've like literally I'm chilling. I have I went to the gym, woke up today, woke up really early, stayed, read a lot today. Like, I don't know. Today's been a pretty relaxing day for me. Hope you guys have been having a good day. I don't know what I'm doing today. Honestly, I'm kind of in a Lost Ark binge at the moment because I've been kind of enjoying the game, but I'm not gonna start with some TFT because I finally is on a stable patch where I can play maybe a little bit, and we'll see what happens. Liza P today? Oh, I don't know about that. Wait, say Saturday? Oh, it's Friday. I think it's more likely that I start Lord of the Fallen with Ray. Let me double check. Is it a good patch? Oh, I thought they nerfed multicasters. It's still very good. Oh. I saw people winning with Azir, which is very interesting.
Noxus will rise.
They did Elgasia on West. Oh. Interesting. Did I play TFT? Oh, it's an awesome game, honestly. Sometimes patches suck. Wait, they nerfed rogues a lot, right? Like these guys got owned. Um, hmm. Hmm. You think they're still playable? I mean, the reason I ask is because I have a couple rogues. I have a couple rogues in my shop. Probably need to sell this for Poppy Pair or Scarra Pair. I need to figure out which one. Not the whole Poppy.
I carry my family with me.
Oh my god. I have 3 pairs off the rip. That's pretty good. Okay. So I probably sell this for Milio, or I think I need to hold the Nox just in case. I have to give up a pair.
Keep your enemies close, and me closer. Next breath might be your last.
Oh. Oh, it's either this or Bastion Heart. Bastion Heart allows me to play some cool shit. I probably just take Bastion Heart here.
This is very exciting.
I just realized I have this as an option. Holy shit. What is this board? Hello? Wow, that thing hits. You know what I think here? This is gonna sound really bad. I think the Nefari was better than the Ori here. I fucked up because of it. That is unfortunate. That's very unfortunate.
If I don't kill you, someone will.
I have 4 2-stars and I lost. Yeah. The person that has 2 2-stars, it's just because I played the positioning wrong. That sucks. 1 2 3 4 5 6. All right, let's say I'm going for like a. Dude, I'm playing against a level 5 player now. What the fuck? Wait, I went 0-2 with this opener is gotta be the most illegal shit ever, man.
There will be peace in the Freljord. I will forge it.
What are these? What is that? Wait, what is that? Huh? That's an is. Oh, it shows your team planner. Oh, I heard about this. Interesting.
Justice will be served.
I played against 2 level 5s this game? What the fuck? I went 0-3 with this board. What? Wait, what the fuck? Yeah, I didn't think it was possible to lose streak with this board, but I've done it again. So yeah, I think I should have pivoted toward Azir. Bastion Azir? I don't know if that's even good though. What am I fucking playing?
Demacia is my home, but I'll never forget Ionia.
I should have Fearless. They both Fearless patch. If not, I'm not touching that shit. I mean, I feel like with me slamming Shiv, there was no way I was gonna play Helios this game. Oh, I should have put this in so I wouldn't have attack speed. How come everyone's boards look so good this lobby? Did I just randomly fight the strongest lobby I've ever played? I'm losing with this board is fucking. I mean, it's fine. I won the 5 lose. It doesn't even matter now. That's great. That's so good. Breezy way on win for round 1. This order to buy. Yeah. You do that because if you upgrade it, it's 3. You can't put in 2 1 costumes for 1. It's just about efficiency. Huh? Is this the strongest lobby in the game, in the world, or what? Okay. I guess it was the 5 loss angle. Yes. Perfect. That's exactly what I wanted. Multicast. 3 multicaster players.
Every step, a new journey.
I'm gonna wait 1 round. I'm kind of curious to see where stuff's gonna go. I beat this guy, actually. Go Evoker? No fucking idea. Hey, at least I can beat someone. I would honestly, I'd love to play 8 Bastion. We were playing 8 Bastion as like 8 Bastion Nico or 8 Bastion Aphelios, I think, are the only comps. 8 Bastion Azir is what I wanted to try, but it's a little complicated if I wanted to play Azir. Oh, I don't think I can do recom. Tiny Titan's not bad. Unified is not that good, right? The bulk. Go for broke. Oh.
Every step, a new journey.
I don't know if I like that. What if I just hold on to it for a bit, though? Oh, this guy's playing Evoker. This guy's level 7 at 3-2 with 0 gold. I'm literally taking 100 every fucking round. My board's not even weak, man. Like, what the fuck? It's Candyman. Welcome back for 23 months. Thanks for subbing.
Name's Samira. Try not to slow me down.
I think I just, like, how is this guy still alive? Can I hit this guy? This feels pretty good for me. At least I'll be able to kill like 4, right? Oh. This is the second weakest in the lobby. I wasn't able to kill anything. That's not good.
And in need of mending.
Holy moly. I need this healer. I have some thoughts.
I never hold back. They will go no further.
How many? I wonder if I can play Fiora without another character. Like, I think I need a roll, right? My units are not good enough for this.
Demacia is counting on us.
I will rest when our homelands are restored.
I should have left home
The
years ago.
fuck is this?
Next breath might be your last.
The world
Sure.
will fall to darkness, but Noxus will remain.
This is a fake unit, by the way. It's like a gig of fake unit. Oh no. Okay, I'm super low life. I have 3 different spats. So like at some point I feel like I made a mistake this game. But I guess we'll see. I don't know, I feel like 4 Shrima is pretty good. This is just a Zir. Add Juggernaut, it's fine. This current patch is my first game on the patch. I have no thought.
Ha! I win!
So much gold.
Take out the scent.
Oh my god, I got fucking Ophelia. It's fine.
Water to me.
The void has breached this place.
Sharima is not of this time.
Sharima is where all paths converge.
Sure.
I may be merciful, but Targon isn't.
Fear the void sting.
The shadows.
Stand ready.
Um,
Submit.
what the fuck did I
You're
just
already
do?
lost.
The world may fall to darkness, but Noxus will remain.
Fuck it. Sure. And then pretty sure I drop down to 1 bastion and then play 6 challengers. Okay. It's fine. It's don't worry about it, guys. I'm cooking. I think I'm cooking. Grandma BT nasty. I fucking hate that. Just let me cook, bro. Camp Helmer's first place. Oh, my bad.
About time I got my hands dirty.
I'm dead. You know, I'm 7th, baby. Let's go. Okay, I think I tried to cook too hard. Well, you know, there's kind of a problem when you have 3 different emblems on your board. I'm just like, yeah. We'll play some math. They nerfed Fiora, right? Like she's targetable now. Hmm. So it takes 30% damage. Oh, interesting. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I thought I had something going there. I thought I thought. Why did I think? I rolled a 7. It hit 3 3 different 2-star forecasts, and none of them were his year. I got owned. Wait, did BDS win today? All I know is I didn't. Did they win? Yes. Oh, great. You still up? What is this? Oh, so it's permanent attack speed for the rest of the fight. Interesting. Oh, I do like that.
Keep your enemies close, and me closer.
This is very exciting.
OJ hasn't won a match yet. Neither has an A.
This is very exciting.
Got him. I don't think I want to play this.
Piltover's finest.
Darkness. They will feel pain they've never imagined.
I'm down to sell this. Oh, Rising Infamy. Wait, I've always wanted to play Rising Infamy. Isn't there a build stat? Okay. Let's destroy this. I guess I level and play this.
I am a weapon.
I hold these two. Oh, my items are giga bad. I'd slam Morello Last Whisper here, I guess. Bro, I don't know, man. Oh, if I have to give someone health. Wait, shit. I can do this now, right? I can give it health next round. You know what sucks about this Bando Cafeteria? It's actually really skillless sometimes because if there's a spam on this carousel, the game just gets fucked. People having fawns is like a really bad idea. Like a really giga bad idea. I think double leveling here is pretty good, actually. Hey, I won. Well, that was unexpected.
Let's raise the stakes.
Oh, shit, that's a... Wait, this thing seems broken. Wait a second. I got a Tarek? Huh? I ever sell this for gold? It's kind of worth, honestly. I'll fight it. It's actually fun. Game is so fucked. That guy slammed, that guy slammed, that guy slammed. This guy did not slam. So Zach gets it? Oh no, never mind. Wait. Huh. Okay. $32. So I get can't proc village on Tarek? Wait, really? That's not true. It's auto attacks to proc it. The fuck? He just lied to me.
They will feel pain they've never imagined.
I mean, I'm crazy. Like, this gives you so much. It's 3 gold a round. That is crazy. Such good. Yeah, but I don't really want to hold it. Yeah, this guy's going for 50 gold.
I am here to test souls.
I mean, am I not jacked? I mean, I want to try to get double bilge this game. If I can get like +1 bilge at 32 would be awesome. The only thing I need right now, Last Whisper or even Shroud are OP, and I really need one of those. And then afterwards, it's like TF9 items. Okay, that's like the last item I wanted. Oh, I mean, that's fine. I got one of these.
You cannot hide. Fight me if you have no spirit.
Yeah, 9. One more barrage is left. What do I even do? I could slam Last Whisper, then I can slam Morello and call it a day. But I feel like if you're playing this comp and you don't have RFC, it's kind of bad. I'm not gonna lie. Like, if anything, I kind of want to slam Nash here. Wait, how many more procs do I need? 2 more? Oh, come on. I got 2, right? I got 2? Oh, yes. That's fine. That's all I care about. Okay, this guy has LDP a 031. That's okay. I'm looking for level 2 chests. So I got the level 2 chest. It looks like you get about 1 chest, 1 upgrade around. This gets scoped weapons. Oh, yeah. Do I want? Oh, Bastion's kind of good. How many do I have? 1, 2. It's 3 total, right? That's not bad. No, fuck me, man. Oh, hell no. It is. Trust me, it is not. You know why? Because I just realized when you play this comp, you can play Bastion. Actually, it probably is fast. But you can play Bastion Nihilus seems to be better.
The fun begins.
Dude, like, is this fair? Does not look fair. Like, I just want to slam BIS here, but it's so bad. Like, oh my god. Honestly, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I should do this and then I should go into Gargoyle. Also, I really need a Nihilus to start stacking health. Like, that's the biggest thing. I get like a super knot.
Remember the name.
Yeah, Last of Kaisa's stupid. I know. Trust me, I know. It's just there for fun for now. Trust. It'll be okay. I think whatever happens, I actually need to go for bow here. Because it's bow or tier. I think go Gargoyle, but it is not not optimal, I don't think. Yeah, there wasn't a Gargoyle anyway, so that's the only thing I would take. I think Sunfire is a little bit bleh. Even if I didn't have this, I think it'd be bleh from this position.
Always on the run.
Like, I'm not gonna lie, I kind of want to roll. So is there a multicaster player? There's not. Stacking this allow with health for now, but like I strongly desire an alternative. I realized Rising Infamy actually promotes a slower fights, not faster fights. And barrages. So yeah, it's about a level of stage.
There will be peace in the Freljord. I will forge it.
I probably want to roll a little bit. What does that sound? Is that the thing? So, I mean, I guess I just roll for 7 bastions here, or 7, not bastions.
I am here to test
7 village.
Noxus will rise. Fear the ocean's weight.
This is not that great. I mean, I realize like it's like very marginal. Oh, these items are hella bad or what, man? My, what was it? Like what even are these? This is rage, but oh, I'm definitely not doing rage kill on this fucking item. God, I'm wondering if she needs QSS. Maybe. Like, I feel like her damage is gonna be god awful. Like, you want this with a. It's not bad. Oh no, it's pretty bad. I mean, but if I do this, I guess it's okay. I mean, I kill front to back with this comp. I think it's just this actually. And then I hold these items. Yeah, yeah. Like ideally, I just RFC this so he doesn't move up and kill herself, right? And then I'm stuck with these items. EMF. Pretty sure that's one for. That's a. I'm good. I think it's terrible. You ever see a Panic God? They're both good. Yeah, dude. This is definitely a game where I want to go 8, but like at 8, what do I even put in? RC pod is possible. That's true.
Fear the ocean's weight.
Nothing lovely next round. Jarvan, that's true. Jarvan is a good unit. Oh my god, he fucking got Eternal Winter this round. Okay. Oh, that is a lot of damage. Okay, am I Rising Infamy 3? Yes. Okay. I mean, it's fine. I go RFC here, and then I figure out what to get after, right? You bet Carousel would be nice. Yeah, but it wouldn't have been that good.
Water to me.
Do you not get any items for these chests? I was hoping I would get an item advantage, but it looks like that's not happening.
The shadows.
That makes sense.
Shurima is not of this time.
Oh.
The river swells.
Oh.
The river of fate drowns the unworthy.
GP. I mean, that's worse than just JGing him after
Fear the ocean's
that. Question mark? What do you mean? I'm about to hit MF3. Do you think, like, I'm nowhere near DP1? But I still think it's a pretty terrible item, so I'd rather just wait. GGS showed his BIS for this unit, but you're not only you still do less damage than 3-star MF. Like, what? I think I need to sell this. Just assume I'm not gonna get it. I'll go back for TF if I get it. I mean, should I go for 903? I don't think I'm going 9 this game, right? I mean, he's hard 6-7. That guy's dead for sure, right? I'm down.
Water to me.
Night.
Water to me.
For great science.
I am Darkin. Your gods fear me.
Okay, now it's kind of awkward. I can't have to do this. You can't get on. Why the fuck did? Oh, you can get on Rising Infinity 4? Is that? Fuck. Stupid, man. It's stupid, man.
Fear the ocean's weight. All will
I was bad. No, it gives you so much, actually. I'm actually pretty convinced after this game, Rising Infamy is open.
everyone pays.
My boss big here. Do you all have to work over the weekend? Oh, that sucks, man. It's never a good place to be. It is not stuck. Man. econ argument that forces you to play vertical village. I mean, that makes it good. It should be it forces you to play vertical build. You should think of it as like it allows you to play vertical build because you can't otherwise, right? If there's actually no point, like that's the worst thing I could do. I'm hard stuck 8 here. Unless I was selling all of this, trying to go 9, selling MF is like it's one of the only things I can roll for at this stage, you know? Oh, I think I just have to take the GP. GP2 is just too good here. Like, I would frontline GP2 or just like in general. The thing with GP is he kind of sucks with items and levels. So like before 2-star, you're not really getting much going. I just hope I get items because like I have these items that I really do not want to slam. Probably can't afford to do this.
Now I am the world ender.
Game sucks. Okay, I can't complain. They just buffed Aatrox, right? Wait, what is this? Is this a Tough the Poros? They just add that? I think they just added that. Oh, interesting. Like, I'm so close to spikes every round that it feels like I'm pretty much forced to roll the 0 every round. Maybe now, I mean, even now I can't stop, right? Because even something as simple as this is like worth quite a lot. Dude, can you please give me something I can deal with this, man? I don't want to RFC Aatrox. Like, I should have given Archangels to this unit. You ever remove Bilge and Aatrox? Oh shit, actually, yeah, I'm kind of down.
Broadside.
Oh wait, you can get above level 4? What the fuck? There's level 5 chests? What the fuck are level 5 chests, man? Nice.
All in.
He's up to level 10. Okay, the thing is, level 10 you're probably only getting if you have like, because it's based on number of casts. So you need blue buff with like a super tanky front line.
Night.
Oh, I got it. It's GG. His best item is actually adaptive over Shojin. Does level 10 chest give? Level 10 chest. Level 10 chest gives 75 chance of 12 gold a round. What the fuck am I at right now? 6? I'm at 5. 5 gives me 3, 4. Wait. Wait, how did I get an item before? It says that I can't get an item. Like what? Can't see the fight? Don't worry about it. It's not important. Oh, wait, I got... That's this. Very much quick. Scarra, let's say... Hold up a sec. Hold up a sec. I was that my boyfriend and I went back earlier this week to Tokyo because your vlog we tried Gyukatsu because we were interested to try and be able life changing. Oh, you tried Gyukatsu for the first time? That shit is fucking fire. It's hella good. Wow, this Demons player did not live very long.
The river of fate drowns the unworthy.
66. Oh, it's a jackpot chest. That can... Interesting.
My room terror will be
Well, I don't think I will. I remember you when you guys were worried about me. Imagine being worried about me. No, I'm playing it's level 9 Petrified. Okay, be worried. Be worried. Be very worried. This is not a... Oh, wait. Stop being worried. Fuck it. You guys were really worried? Really? This is a super sick item.
Demacia, now and forever.
Can I play Rise? No, I don't think I want to play Rise.
my room terror will be beautiful.
Battle, yes.
They're both fucking good. Just play your second last whisper. Nope. Don't worry. I will get an item this round. JK, I just realized he's at 1 life. This guy looks kind of strong. In fact, I don't think this unit is dying. That's not good. Sorry, do you think I was worried? I'm worried. Oh, fuck me. He still had it, man? There's no fucking way. Just give me the GP2 so I can win this fucking game, man.
Water to me.
Like, there's no way that I lose this because this guy has fucking... Where is his thing hiding here? Am I gonna get fucking killed because he has... God damn it, man. 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 I lost to a fucking Noxus, man. If I GP2, maybe I win this, but it's hard to tell. Yeah, Rising Infamy looks hella good. Like, even though the mid game was really bad for me, I still got so much gold. Like a ridiculous amount of gold. How do you get to 10? You just need a blue buff. You just need blue buff and frontline. That's it. Yeah, I think components for 6. That's impossible. I got item component from 4. Wow, 8 to 9 to 8 to 9 is such a huge jump. The 3.0 EV jump. Do you blue buff it up? You're supposed to, but like I never got it. Rick Smile, thanks for subbing. Welcome to the stream. Sven Scarrick, welcome back for 21 months. Thanks for subbing. Dude, I'm just saying, if I had a build spats of a bachelor spat, that's an easy first place. Beyond disgusting first place. Faku Tomo Manaus, thanks for subbing. Welcome to the stream. I hope that's how you say it. No, I'm pretty sure you use blue buff MF and just have frontline. Exactly. You instantly go like even shroud plus whatever, and you just have, or just gargoyle, and you just sit there and just farm the fuck out of your component. It's a scuff brand name for my country. Ah, I see. I kind of want welcome back for 47 months. Would you care for a challenge next game? I'm good because I'm probably not gonna play this game next game, but I appreciate you asking. Your redemption would have been good. Anything but shit. You know what? Fuck yeah. I'm down for. Wait, am I down for cardio archaeology? Like, the only reason you would go this is because you really want to get egg. I think. Hadden High's web back for 36. This guy is a freak. Like, this guy is definitely a person who just does not give a shit. Play Shifting Sands, that. My anguish daily, I have not. Shifting Sands is so lame, man. It's like there are ways to get ahead with Shifting Sands over other people. I'm sure there's strategies, but it's just like a really, in my opinion, pretty lame game. Brother, the 3-year anniversary just says hi. Yeah, man. What do you want me to do? Flay them under the table? Like, I don't know. Oh, I actually think I stopped the wrong one. The Void combo, I mean, Void's really fun. I really enjoy the comp, but I think without spat, it's not playable unless you high, like super giga high roll. Because
Anoxian always rises to the top.
no, I forgot to look at Excel. Oh, I'm fucking dumb now. Man. Okay, I mean that's interesting. It's
Every
something.
step, a new journey.
Hate shifting. I mean, I don't like that I had to take this, but I went for a high roll. Bad. All right, I went for a high roll and didn't hit, so I had to take this. Unfortunately. Roll Cassia on the bench probably later. I think she's too good to roll at the first stage, unless you really don't give a shit about your streak. Young Wild play for Spat. That's never the right play. Young Wild is something you take on stage 4 too, for the most part. Or I guess if your board is like super giga good at the very beginning, but like it's or 3-2 because like it is way better if you're win streaking and really bad if you're lose streaking, right? So it's something that like taking it early is not great. IMO.
Name Samira. Try not to slow me down.
Big shifting hand. Oh, I think there's a way bigger difference than me giving up a silver augment for Pandora's bench than everyone getting Pandora's bench for free. Like that's just completely different story. It's the difference between having Sump and then and taking Hustler, you know? I think they're completely different things. Makes a lot of sense about Young Wild. Young Wild free is literally fucking useless unless you're winning. Like if you're first place, it's the best augment in the game for you at silver. Even if you're top 4, I would say it's a relatively good augment. But if you're here, if you're bot 4, it's a terrible augment. You get
I am
nothing.
here to test souls.
Why don't you roll one champion for Mouse, Cassio, Cho? I'm not, huh? You don't roll level 1s? Hell no. You don't even know what comp I'm playing. That's why, like I'm playing Void reroll, and you want me to roll 1 stars, which are fucking impossible. It's way better to roll 2 and 3, especially because you're looking to hit 6 Void ASAP. I mean, you can roll 1s. Like for instance, it might be okay for me to roll 1s here, but for the most part, I think it's bleh. The cat Ash and roll 3 1-stars. Oh, I'm good.
I carry my family with me.
Oh, ooh, that's a spat. That's a Young WoW free spat. Nah, this comp can't even use spat. So like, I'm glad I didn't take it. I need tears, and there's only one that got taken. That is awkward. I mean, realistically, I might have been wanted to sell this for 5 gold, and then I think I would have made econ maybe, and that would have been okay.
I miss the darkness of the void.
Probably not gonna roll here. I'm probably not gonna level here. I mean, I'm trying to think about how I want to do this. Actually, rerolling 2s is kind of bad for this comp because I feel like rerolling 1s does give you slightly more value, even if it's twice as hard. It's not twice as hard to hit, and you have 2 outs. The difference between 1 and 2 costs is there's a I don't think it's significant. I'm down. Eventually, 2 costs will be easier to roll for, and 1 costs are much harder. So I'm down to just do that. not viable. Metro's fine. Okay, why are there 7 cast? There's like 7 castings out already. What the fuck happened in this game? Have a nice stream. Thank you. Yeah. I mean, from this position, I think you're just chilling. The biggest thing is like, how do I get tiers from here? I guess is the bigger question. Bigger than any other question is like, how do I get tiers? The answer is strictly, I do not know. Like getting even 1 tier is worth an incredible amount, and I want 2.
Bow to the void or be consumed by it.
Because most of the time I play Void, well, in this comp you shouldn't, because he's your best tank. Unless you randomly hit Cho 3. Like you should never play Tyson in this comp. If you can afford not to. Play this comp a lot. I don't go for 6 Void. Unless okay, I don't play this comp a lot, so I actually don't know what I'm doing half the time. But the only thing I do know, or I do understand, is like you can. I mean, you just want to be, you just want to have a Void spat at level 6. That's like the best thing to have. But these items are so bad. Like, I don't know if I'm hitting fucking Rek'Sai 3. Last time I played this comp, I didn't hit Rek'Sai, and the game fucking sucked. Like, ideally, I could just play Nashers here, and then pick JG Nashers, and then go for 2 blues. But that's only if I do not get any fucking... that's probably fine. You've pushed 7, yep. Which is why this comp is significantly better with a Void, so you can just stay 6 and roll. Say Void Spat's a bait? Nope, Void Spat's the best thing you can hit, so you don't have to go with level 7. I don't even want to see the other options, but I already know this is the best one. This one's way better than the alternatives.
Demacia is my home, but I'll never forget Ionia.
Don't they go up with 6 voids, pick void augments? Oh, you're not supposed to go 8 void. I don't know. Pretty sure I've watched this so play this comp as well as a lot of people, and it just is tremendously better with the spat.
Okay.
I should roll this. Sorry, I'm getting distracted. Hold up, you guys are fucking distracting me. What the hell? Not once has my thing rolled correctly this game. That's not good. I should just fucking snipe something. Yeah. It's fine. I will just go blue for blue buff this game. Six, what, I thought you try to 3-star everything? Yep, you do. But I mean, you can usually skip a bunch of unless you're staying at 5 to 3 star round. Oh, I should move this over here. It's my bad. Pretty great loss. Yeah, like sometimes your Pandora just doesn't give you much value, which sucks because you spend a lot of gold to hold units. Like that is the biggest problem, is your gold is just gets tanked, you know. Eo Velcast carry? I mean, yeah, that's a normal carry. It's comp. I guess I just take this because it means I don't have to roll at 6. Is a tremendous boost for me. Oh, it sucks because like, yeah, my bench has gotten me nothing this game. Fuck, still got me nothing, man. I was changing it, but apparently it doesn't swap if it's. That is so fucking bad. It doesn't swap if it's caps. Oh my god. I took it. That is so bad, man. Oh, I didn't know that. Like, do you see how bad my bench is? Haven't gotten 2-star Caston. So bad. Trying to do there? I mean, should be obvious. I wanted to move this unit over here and then sell the Kaisa, but it doesn't work that way apparently when you have 7 of 6 units on the board. It locks all of your units until you sell down to 6. Surprise. That's cool.
We are to fight now? Let's go!
For Piltover.
I mean, I just bleed out. I mean, I'm just fucked this game. Yes, a 5-1 map for 6 months. I got no things, you know? I got nothing. Just rolling what cost? I mean, yeah, probably if it's 2-star. Streamers chill to do something outside that's like giving me my prime wealth. Appreciate that. I think you're moving, clicking too skittish. I think you're only saying that because I sold my Kaisa and you're extremely hindsight biased. Oh, thank God I actually did. I did not get bench lock. God bless. These are Rex that you keep at 2 Nikki or roll on 3 costs. Pinning South's bench lock. You should have known if you looked at my bench. Oh, that's good.
As Ionia changes, so must I.
Oh, okay, it's looking up. It's looking up. I got 2 hits, which is better than 0 hits.
As Ionia changes, so must I.
Bow to the void, or be consumed by it.
Well, I mean, I kind of need this in.
Blood for Noxus.
No lie, this augment or this item is so good. Masters. Probably keep these. Next round I'm rolling down. Slam the Warmogs and Cassidon. No, I already fucking rolled, man. Endless Course is really interesting, actually. Down. Oh, I mean, I'm definitely not rolling that. Down for this.
Blood for Noxus. Now. We are to fight now. Let's go.
Okay, I need to. You know what? I just realized Talia's probably not better than this unit anymore. Because they buffed this unit quite hard, actually. Right?
The void has breached this place.
Stabilize? Oh yeah, thank fucking God. Okay. I'm pretty sure I want Radiant Redemption. That's the only item I want. Alternatively, Radiant Bramble or like Stone Plate or something. I'm looking for a tank item for this unit. Or if I get a super good item, I can remove one of these items. It's probably best to remove and just re-roll one of these, honestly. Dude, why does this guy have a cast in 3? What is going on, man? I am down to take the most expensive thing here. Not Rek'Sai carry. Well, if I 3-star it, sure. But like the thing is, Rek'Sai carry without 4 bruisers or more kind of sucks. He's just here for like a secondary carry. But realistically, you're probably care more about frontline than Rek'Sai. Yeah, that guy gets like Aston 3 for fun, man. Actually for fun. Wouldn't Tarek work? I mean, he gives you no Sork and 1 Bastion. People put it in at 8 sometimes, but I find that you're very rarely going 8. Oh, thank you. Oh, it's only 4K. Oh, that's so. Oh, what? That didn't feel like he connected his shot. Oh wait, that looked pretty good. That looked pretty good. Right now, I'm looking for anything. Tank item. I mean, AP item for my fucking Vel'Koz. I know I'm down at Radiant, but like I can be a little picky. I feel.
But Targon isn't.
It roll. It rolled RFs back to Eternal Last Whisper, man. There's no way. Oh my. Some of these guys look so fucking strong. Like, what is this? I guess it's only more than one, so I'm okay. I'm just down the fucking Radiant, man. I'm down the Prismatic. This Sparker casting? Oh, I prefer Shiv. But yeah, sure.
Fear the
void sting.
The thing is, this is really good. Oh my fucking god. It's super good if I get the Velvet, but it's like so bad otherwise. Kaisa care. Oh, Kaisa sucks. Without Challenger, I don't think she has any potential. Oh, huh. That's a little awkward.
We are to fight now? Let's go!
Maybe I should just put all 3 tank items onto Rek'Sai, honestly. I'm never getting 3-star casting, right?
Dawn is the future.
Noxus will rise.
For Piltover.
Noxus will rise.
Energize.
I need to match one of these, man. No Vel causes because I'm being contested there. No casting, no Vel. This is such a low roll game. I think I ended up just getting owned this game.
Counting on us.
Double trouble endless hordes would be. I mean, that'd be cool. Oh, thank fucking god.
Lost for Noxus. Now.
Okay. I feel it okay. This looks. I just need to roll 1 Vel'Koz, right? Oh, this guy is 2-star. That guy is really fucking strong. Oh, I hit him. Oh god, that guy is so fucking strong. He got 2 Demacia emblems and he got fucking Slayer emblem. Like, please, man. He got like his branching out hits perfect items. My branching out hits like the worst items ever. Game sucked. Like, oh, the bench came in so late. I lost so much stuff. It's fine. I should have put the 3 items on Rek'Sai, which the 3 tank items, just had them as a tank. It's like 1,000 more HP. It's fine. Whatever, man. Ludovic, thanks for sub on the stream. I'm gonna play some ads. Yeah, it's one of those there was benches where I lost a lot of econ early and didn't hit until later. Yeah, like if you're gonna lose econ early, you have to like make 3 of a kind, right? Or else you have no power. You're just wasting gold on holding units. It really sucks. Hard and bet you look for a Bel'Veth. Oh, that was an alternative, but the problem is you would need 2 to make it good. Like Bel'Veth with one item is useless. Like, but Bel'Veth 2 is awesome. It's like, yeah, if I was able to keep Radiant RFC and get Bel'Veth 2, it would have been the best. But like I have to go for that. Void Bruiser play Cho. Bro, yeah, I play the game. Like I've played a lot of this set. I know how to play. I know that comp exists. That was like literally the second comp that got meta on this set. But instead I wanted to do Void reroll that rolled at 7. That's it. It's not a thing about being like, it's just like that game is completely different if I hit certain things earlier. I save at least minimum 10 HP. Probably more like 20 if I hit earlier. I think there's a good argument for rolling a little bit more at 6 that game. Yeah, I probably should have rolled 10 more gold at 6. Stabilized. I just assumed my bench would do it for me, but that was kind of shit. He showed Soju streak today. Nope. Did he 111? 111? Eight, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8. Oh. Comp is way better. Problems are playing Vel'Koz. I mean, there was only one player playing Vel'Koz, right? And I had why am I don't want this. Oh, I don't like this either. Fuck. And I had bet, so the idea is like I should be able to get it earlier and have a higher chance than the other person. Whatever. It's like it didn't work out. I don't care about that game. It's literally out of mind, out of sight. I know what to take away from that game, and it's not that I should win another comp. Yeah, the Radiant RNG is not great. The Zalkin is definitely something where it's a little rough.
I have but one life to give for Ionia. I must make it count.
Did Vanquishers get nerfed that much? I have a insane Vanquisher opener. That's why I'm asking.
Now that is what I want to see.
Time to find out? Yeah, I guess it's time to find out. I think I'm gonna try to sack this then. I mean, my opener is just insane, right? If I hit any of the pairs. Yeah, I wish I had a 2-star backline, but I mean that's
Keep your enemies close, and me closer.
damn, man. Are Lucky Gloves insane? Isn't binary also insane on this map? Oh, I heard Zon got buffed. Wait.
There's a saying, never fight Ionians on their home soil. I have but one life to give for Ionia. I must make it count.
Is there a 6 Zon comp now?
Now that is what I want to see.
What is it? It's fucking Robo. Oh shit, okay. It's super good. Top 1 all the time. Okay, I don't believe you. Top 1. I mean, I'm down to sell these.
There
Hold
will
on
be
to this.
peace in the Freljord. I will forge it.
32 spam. That is very difficult, especially.
Watch this.
I mean, that's super difficult, especially because I don't think you can make this spam, right? The craziest thing about this one is it gives you a guard breaker. That's guard breaker's so good. Item is actually insane. Okay, I'm pretty sure I'm just selling like some stuff if I lose. I mean, I'm selling this preemptively, and then I'll decide what to sell there. Tiniest Titan. Oh no.
Now that is what I want to see.
Think Guardbreaker bullets get AS nerfed? I mean, I hope so. So Pete. Tiniest. This guy is gonna win the game. He actually got the nuts opener. Wow. And he's gonna test me my comp. Also gonna kind of suck. I mean, fuck it. Let me see what I'm gonna make here. Fucking hate that. Making this set 2 is really not that bad, honestly. That's so many kills. What the heck?
I got no time for games.
Okay, so I'm gonna get what like this guy hit KO 3 at 2.5? What? Oh, this lobby is so fucked, man. This lobby is so fucked. Oh, there's 2 people who have giga high rolls this lobby. Okay, I'm just them looking for a top 4 and getting the fuck out. This one is gonna suck.
Let's start the show.
Do you have a collab at 10 minutes? Is it 10 minutes from now? Oh, I might actually. Like, I might have to forfeit this game. That's not bad. You know what? I don't even need to see the end of this game. I already know I'm not winning. There's no way I can top 2. I might have lost track of time. Yeah, that's my bad. This guy has disgusting, and he's got a remover. Yeah, let me see the augment of 3-2, and then I will just forfeit. I need a juggernaut. So it's like this. That seems so bad for my wise though. Oh, interesting. Shimmer. Okay. I'm surprised he when playing this comp, he decided to opt for these items. Usually when I play Cho, I find myself to be like, oh, I guess he's not playing this. He's not playing Cho Reroll, right? He's holding some interesting units. Oh no. No. Oh my, wait. Oh, I win this game for sure now. Oh, this would have been a fun game. It's fine. I can't play. I made a mistake. It's my bad. I'm not gonna. Just let me see if I can find a Sojo here. I mean, I would never play this comp, right? The way it is, like, I would never go for it. I just want to roll to see if I can find Soko, and I'll just play it. But this is definitely like I had a very interesting.
Every soul shall serve.
No, just that.
Okay, let me download the game anyways. Are we surrendering at Piltover? Wait, that's actually fucked. That might be the most diabolical thing I've heard of today. Wait, he's listening. Wait, I feel like he wants me to cash him out.
Watch this. Watch this. Last words. No, just
All right, I gotta go. Fine. It'll be a good one. Where? Oh, it's in this fucking server. Hold on, I'm gonna play Smats and then change this. I forgot the time it was. It actually ran out of time because I thought it was. Earlier. That is definitely my bad. Oh god.
Had to be done.
Yeah, it's too good for too long.
Oh fuck, I forgot. Is this game intense? Like on the PC?
No, not the opposite.
Dude, it was 16
Wait, you played
gigs.
it before?
Wait. Which game are we playing?
Escape the Backrooms.
Escape the Backrooms.
I have played 30 minutes of this game before.
Okay, and
I think I got stuck and then everyone quit.
oh, okay, that's good. Then we like none of us have actual experience.
I think I got scared.
Yeah.
It's
At some
okay,
point.
we're all gonna be here together. There's
Okay.
no open mic, by the way. It's push to talk.
Oh, okay.
Isn't it because the monsters can hear you or something?
Wait,
Whoa.
that's fucked up. Wait, what? No, don't say that.
I'm not seeing that anymore.
Yeah, so like this is in game.
Yeah, so floogies are useless here.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Wait. Let me enable my thing correctly. Wait, how do I know if it uses the right audio?
This is gonna be interesting.
What is the push to talk button? It is V
For V Gumiho.
for very cool.
Yeah.
Very cool fella.
Okay. All right. I see there are 13 games. Which one is yours?
Hello.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
Man, you sound so dead.
You sound quite raspy.
I am. I'm so jet lagged. Like it's crazy.
Oh,
Can I ask what country you're in?
North America.
Okay, I was gonna say I don't know which one, so I'm like, okay.
I thought you were gonna say you didn't know your countries. I was like, okay, period, slay.
I'm in.
Dude,
I don't know what to call this place.
oh Oh shit, Scarra's stream's back. That means we can.
Oh shit.
Scarra, stop saying slurs, Scarra.
Dude, I would.
Stream's back. You gotta stop.
Stop saying you hate women. Stop saying you hate women right now.
Guys, they already know that. You're not.
I know it wasn't hidden. It wasn't hidden at all.
No.
I
I mean, like, stop saying it offline. You gotta wait until the stream's back to say it.
Oh.
The game is so loud.
Oh yeah.
If you really mean it.
Huh. Yeah, I'm only an ally half the time. That's the half that the stream is on.
Oh yeah.
Oh, do you know what? That's a good deal.
I'm streaming a lot. I don't like that's like 9 hours a day.
Yeah. Well,
Wait, that's less than half.
Yeah, that's not half of the day.
Yeah, that's less than
No,
half.
but I sleep like so I'm like yeah, like it's not like I could be. I'm like I could do anything when I'm sleeping.
I mean, you can if you dream about it.
Yeah. You just gotta dream about it.
I just dream about putting down women in my sleep. That's fucked up.
Oh my god, that is fucked up, Scar. I can't believe you would dream such a thing. Holy shit. That's so fucked up,
exactly.
man. So, give us the details. What is the
Oh shit. It's everything I get. It's everything I get to do in my dream world I can't do in real life.
Whoa. That's crazy. That's a crazy sentence. That's not.
I'm actually gonna cancel.
Yeah, I'm
Users
writing
welcome
it
back for
longer.
35 months extra summit.
You're just writing it?
Sorry, I had
The
one
first time it's on
pre-written.
me who's getting cancelled.
Yeah, can you start speaking? Like, say something, IPM. It's just me out here.
No. For the
No, but we already know
Just this once,
IPN
it's
hates
nice.
women. Like we already.
Yeah.
It's not that I hate them. It's more like they avoid me.
Dude, I
There's a
know.
reason. There's a reason.
I know exactly.
Okay, who started to stream already? Only Scarra, right?
Yeah.
I started my waiting room, and by waiting room I mean I make them sit there.
I'm not even gonna start my waiting room. Everyone's gonna hear us. Since everyone already hears Scarra, like from Scarra's, and we might as well.
Yeah.
Alright, fucking straight up, no waiting room whatsoever.
Oh my
on my
okay,
end.
you just raw dogging it? Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
That was wow. That was the first thing they heard.
That Scarra wants to hit us.
But Chad's like, what? Hello?
That Scarra wants to kick our ass.
Oh my god.
Shut up, Gibby.
guys. Oh my god, we're just watching. We're just sitting there and watching this all happen. IPN, do something! Stop him!
If
No,
you're a
actually-
bystander, you're partaking in the bullying.
Wait, what?
Stand up for your peers.
Yeah, stand up for women, IPN. I can't believe you just sit there and watch.
Oh, thank God you're not an ally, IPM. Jeez. I was a
Okay.
little worried.
For once, I was like, you know what? It's nice to have Scar by my side because playing with these motherfuckers, these two, oh my fucking god, dude. I need like professional help after, but now it's like
Hmm?
Yeah, now what?
Scar's an enabler, dude.
What? No.
I mean, Scar's participating in it, so I
Yeah.
don't know what you mean.
I'm a participant, not even an enabler.
Yeah, he's not even an enabler. He is participating in what he believes in, and that includes beating up Gumi right now, who is a woman.
Who is a woman?
Okay, you guys don't have to
Woman,
clarify
woman,
it that much,
woman.
okay? It gets really messy when you start like doing stuff like identification. Yeah,
Wait, but you admitted it. What do you mean?
like
We're just
I'm
repeating
like
what you
I'm
said,
just
Scarra.
saying when you start getting into the nitty details, that's like police work, okay? We're getting a little bit too close to law enforcement for me. I do not feel comfortable.
What am I hearing? What am I hearing? What's
What
going on?
What are we hearing? What are we? And IPN, you support this? IPN, you support Scarra's behavior?
IPN, is that a thumbs up you're putting up right now?
Oh my god, IPN!
Yeah, IPN dab me up.
Yeah, IPN, you're not gonna back up your homie?
Damn, that's crazy. No
That's
solidarity.
fucked up. I know. No solidarity for what you believe in. He muted himself, guys.
I want to beat Scarra up.
IPN! IPN, why would you say that?
IPN, are you okay? I don't think he's okay. He
Guys,
looks-
I will literally krill
Yo,
What does that
krill?
mean?
What does that
myself.
mean? Whoa! You turned into a shrimp?
Oh god, I hate it here.
I'm just saying, I'm kind of hungry. Shrimp sounds
Guys.
nice right now.
Do we want normal mode or easy mode?
I've never watched anyone
normal.
play this game. I've never played it myself.
Oh shit! So none of us have
Except
any experience.
I have 30 minutes.
I just
Except for
downloaded this.
Scarra's 30-minute run where he got
Yeah.
stuck and then rage quit.
Yeah.
Like my setup
'Cause
right now
he's
is
a
just
quitter.
so unstable. Like me.
Wait.
It's like
I think I don't have IPN on Steam, unfortunately.
Oh
you
shit!
fucking hate me.
Well,
Oh shit!
if the
Okay, you
hat
didn't invite me
fits.
again. It didn't work, by the way, Gumi.
Okay.
Yeah, your
Okay.
invite didn't work either.
Yeah, your
Wait.
invite doesn't work.
Wait, hold up. Which game are we playing?
Escape the
Escape the back-
Backrooms. What do you
I-
mean? Which game are we playing?
I'm inside the Backrooms, so
Why do you
Oh,
mean inside the
God.
back person? What do you mean? I told you it's escape the Backrooms.
I have to download the game.
What do you mean? I told you
I'm,
it was
I'm
escape
gonna
the
get water,
Backrooms.
okay? I believe it. I'll be right back.
Scarra
I'll be
Squirters,
right- I am
stand
not
up.
waiting for this. We'll play some ads. I'll be right back.
Hands up, Scarra
What
Squirters.
do you mean?
There's a game called Inside the Backrooms.
I told you it's escape the Backrooms.
My bad. I'm installing it.
Okay, how long is it gonna take?
How long do you think? I'm on a laptop. You saw my setup, right?
Yeah, I saw your setup. He's on a laptop with a little those like like breakfast and bed tables, and he puts his laptop there and his
The
mouse,
fans
and
are
he's
gonna go
playing
crazy.
from
like,
his
I-
bed right
Yeah,
now.
I was playing Apex earlier. I couldn't hardcore a game because if I just flicked a little bit, the desk would just fall apart.
Dude, the fan is probably going.
There's no way it's escape them. Okay, to be fair, if it's 13 gigabytes, you can tell this game is not very well optimized.
Oh, it was 16 gigabytes when I was.
Oh,
Oh, yeah, no,
shit.
I'm downloading right now. It's 16 fucking Gibraltars, dude. This is
Oh
gonna
my
go quick.
god. Alright, I'm trying to join the game, but your invite doesn't work for me. It just says
Dude.
invite you to play, and I can't click anything. I can just
I
launch
don't
the game.
know. I don't know. It said.
Okay,
it says
is
I'm
your
wait-
lobby public? Okay, I shouldn't say that because
No,
then
it
people are
was
gonna,
not.
gonna try and join it.
It was not public.
Okay, I have an idea. But you
I
gotta
am
tell
doing
us
it,
when.
but I try this.
Okay,
I gave you a
It doesn't-
password.
it doesn't. Oh, you gave me us a password. Wait, is Scarra in it?
No, I did not give you.
Wait,
a
what? Wait, what's the
password. I
difference
made it
between?
public.
Oh.
But it still didn't work. I don't
Why
know
did
what to
you
tell
fucking
you.
say that out loud. Anyway, I'm in because there
Our
was a password and I got
It's
in.
a private lobby.
Yes.
You got
Gumi,
it.
the more you say it, the less I believe in what Gumi, you fucking idiot.
I'm the smartest.
Wait,
fucking idiot. I left.
Oh.
I fucking
Okay,
left.
well, I just wanted to test it. That's not the actual lobby because IPN's downloading. So
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
okay,
guys, that's
okay.
the real lobby, guys.
I'm back.
Don't be stupid.
yeah, don't be stupid, Scarra.
Oh my
Mhm.
god, Scar, don't be fucking stupid right now.
Oh. Mm.
Hey,
Alright,
so
why
where's
don't
your
we
VTuber
try
model?
Us three while IPN's downloading so like we could gather experience and we can
Whoa,
we
whoa,
can
whoa.
teach
That's
IPN
No,
how
no,
to
no, no.
play.
You guys need the
We have to
fresh
escape
experience.
together.
I
Okay,
could
but
have.
how long is it gonna take IPN to download the game? It's 16 fucking gigabytes.
It's 16 fucking Gibraltars, and I'm downloading in half of Gibraltar at a second. Okay, like we're chilling.
Oh,
okay,
half.
oh,
Dude,
okay,
that's
have
like
it
half
your
of Gibraltar in a
wait.
second.
Then it
and
should be done now.
Yeah, it should be done by now.
Yeah.
It's at 50%.
Oh, it's
Jesus
not as
Christ.
bad. Okay, that's not as bad.
Okay.
Yeah.
Guys,
Like if I
let's
can wait for
go.
you motherfuckers to get out for dinner, then at least you guys motherfuckers should be
I
able
kind of
to
like it.
wait
Hey,
for this.
let's all introduce ourselves then while we're
Oh
waiting.
shit, who are we?
Okay, well, if you ask like that, then I don't know.
Okay, we are people who are playing a video game together.
Oh, I like that.
Yes.
Okay, what's the acronym?
We are giving you the friend experience for those people in chat who
Oh,
don't have 4 friends to play Escape the Backrooms. You can live vicariously through us and imagine yourself.
It's
was
like
in
you're
this
in the
Okay,
scenario.
lobby with
I'm gonna
us.
do this quick. Okay,
Yeah,
as a
yeah,
as
yeah.
VTubers, okay, we have 2 dragons, 1 shrimp, and a train conductor.
Why did you say it like that?
Yeah.
A
Yeah.
train conductor?
Wait, isn't that what a Gumi is?
No.
Is that what she laughs?
Situation right there.
You like kind of hear it.
Do you have a train? Do you if you're a train conductor, where's your train?
Wait, am I missed? I'm dead serious. You are a train conductor, right? Like, or...
Yeah, she has a train hat on.
Oh man.
Yeah. What is the hat for then?
It's from Maple Story. It's from Maple Story.
Did you know that, Scarra?
No, I don't. I don't play Maple Story.
Yeah, I don't play
I'm not
Maple
Scarra, but I'll
Story.
answer for him.
That's fine. You could do that. Feel free to do that at any point.
I thought she was a train conductor this whole
Dude,
time.
no. It's just do you want to see my Maple Story character?
Wait, then what are
Is
you?
your
You're just a
Maple- wait.
regular person?
I'm a
Is your-
schmuck.
You're just a regular person as a VTuber?
No, look, I have dog ears sometimes.
Wait, so you're a dog girl then?
You're a dog?
You're
I mean that sorry. Let me rephrase it. That's my dog. Yeah.
You're a dog?
I'm still so jet lagged. It's insane.
Did you just fly in?
I arrived yesterday, and then they took me to Costco. And I had like the glizzy. It was amazing.
Oh shit!
Wait, what's that?
You don't know what a Costco is?
No, not the other one, but after
It's a hot dog. It's a hot dog. It's a hot
The
dog.
glizzy?
Glizzy overload. Okay, now
What are
I
you
remember
What is
now.
going on?
You don't know the glizzy overload?
Is that like a weekend experience for you, or like I'm not familiar with that? Like if that's something you and Gooby do, like it's fine. It's not a big deal.
Hey, listen, one in each hand, up top.
You don't know the glizzy overload, Scarra? I can't believe it.
Wait, which one is it? An overload or overdrive?
I think overdrive, yeah, glizzy overdrive.
Oh.
Wait, glizzy overdrive.
Dude, with the tabs, he was too powerful. He got banned.
Oh my! Wait, did he actually got banned?
Yeah, he got banned.
Oh my god! Okay, Scarra, watch this. Scarra, you need to watch this. I posted it in. Actually, no, because of how important this video is, I'm gonna personally message you this video.
I think I'm watching it right now.
He's watching it right
160
now.
glizzies entering glizzy overdrive.
The glizzy overdrive. Don't worry, chat. You
Oh
guys
my
can be involved in
God.
this too.
Wait, here. I'm gonna send a photo of my Maple Story character into the Discord in text chat.
Don't worry, you can, Gumi, you can also watch this with everybody too.
Entering. Oh, I've seen it. I've seen it.
Entering a glizzy overdrive. I missed the NPC trend. We should bring it back. That was a fun time.
Popcorn, thank you.
All right, I'm
Yum,
in.
yum.
That was a
Popcorn,
fun
thank you.
time.
Guys, I am in.
You're in?
Okay.
Oh,
wait,
you're
hold on.
in.
Hold
Okay.
on, I need to glizzy.
Okay,
Oh,
Gumi.
okay.
Hide your. Okay, you're gonna get a hot dog, right? Is that what you mean?
Oh.
Wait, you even have the
Yeah.
dog title. Is that a title?
What is?
What?
In the picture
Oh,
of
no,
the
that's my
fucking Maple
guild.
Store.
I
Damn.
made that guild.
What is it called? Just called dog.
Cause if you ever played an MMO, it's cool to have a short guild title without X's or numbers?
Do you think he's like 54? Like, like IPN is like not that old, okay?
Wait. How old do you think I am?
Yeah, exactly. It's not a big deal. Yeah, he's just not that old.
Can someone add me?
What is your Steam code, man?
Okay. Shut the fuck up, Celeb.
I sent it to you in
5,
text
7,
chat.
4, 8, 4, 6,
9.
2, 3, 5,
Why is stream
4,
opening a fucking VR?
7,
The fucking
2,
voices.
1, entering Glizzy Overdrive.
Oh my god.
I have not missed these two together.
What's wrong?
Scarra, you wanna go grab dinner later?
Oh, you're asking me specifically? Because you're in the mood for some glizzy. Oh,
No, I'm not for
yeah,
Glizzy.
I'm down.
You're from
No,
this place. I'm new
down.
here.
No, I'm down. Like anytime, honestly. Like I am down.
Getting the glizzies with the homies.
I think the craziest glizzy
What?
I've had here is from Pinks. It's called Pinks.
Oh.
Who the heck is Pink?
Yeah. Who is that guy?
getting my glizzy
What does his VTuber model look like?
Entering overdrive.
Gumi,
Haley, is that what it looks
I
like?
can't join you because you opened fucking VTube Studio first.
Oh yeah, I can't join it either.
Yeah. Go into multiplayer and you see her lobby.
There is a way to do it.
Yeah, I'm just going to her lobby. It's fine. I'm here.
Just be smart about this. Okay,
Oh, I'm here. I'm here.
Wait. How do we know it's the real Scarra?
We got the password and everything. All right, type in chat.
No one would be
what
cringe
we're
enough to
thinking
pick my
about
name.
right
Oh,
now.
okay, yeah, okay.
Yeah, type in chat what we're thinking about right now, Scar, and then we'll know. If you type it correctly in the in-game chat.
Oh, that's him!
Yeah.
Holy shit.
It's him.
Oh my, oh, it's him. It's him. Whoa.
Are we all ready to start this?
Yes. Are we using in-game voice?
Yeah, I think we're gonna be
Yeah.
pressing
Okay.
V.
V.
Alright, sayonara everybody in Discord.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. I'm muting
Goodbye.
Discord.
Okay, guys. I forgot we were supposed to. I couldn't finish my TFT game. Okay, these fuckers. I'm not gonna believe people when I join a collab and say they're gonna be there on time. This is the last time. There's no fucking way. 6 p.m. We started 20 minutes late. Hello? Oh! Wait, okay. Oh, yeah. Okay. That's both of you? That's me. Hello, can you hear me? Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? Am I? Okay, hold on. Hello? Wait, hold on. Hold on. Hello? Oh, they can't. Okay, hold on. You're right. I don't have the audio for this one. Hold on. New audio source. I hope they're not talking shit about me. This one is. What are they doing, man? Backrooms. Oh,
Thank
okay.
you. That's ice cream. Yum yum.
Wait. Okay. I'm here.
Oh shit! Holy
Look,
shit!
watch this.
Alright. We gotta figure out where IPN is. There's IPN spawned somewhere else apparently.
But did you guys
not
read the
with
sign?
us?
Where's the sign?
Yeah, we did. It says dangerous. Scarra, type in chat and see if IPN is alive.
Echolocate him.
Oh.
Yeah.
Hello?
Hello,
Marco.
IPN. Polo.
Marco.
Where the fuck
You
did
guys hear the
IPN
game
go?
now?
How did he not spot in with us?
Marco.
Dude, what if he's not actually here?
Did he not make it? Well, he's not typing back.
Surely there's like
IPN?
no monsters here, right?
Marco.
No, there should be. There's always monsters here.
Oh, look, there's
It's the back rooms.
pieces. Fix them, Scarra. Fix
We
it.
gotta find a vent to escape. But there it is! There it is! I find it! We gotta fix the ladder! Oh, I got it! It's F.
Oh, it's F. Okay, great.
Okay, bye, guys. Bye, guys.
what about
oh, I got
IPN?
key! It's okay. He'll figure out the way.
How the hell did you get out?
We have to find... I found
Oh,
the key!
there he is. There he is.
Oh, shit! Jesus Christ! Okay, Scar, you need to turn down your fucking...
Oh, my input?
Oh, there's IPN. Yeah, you gotta turn down your game. Ow.
Okay, what about that? What about
IPN, we
that?
see you. Are you okay? We can't hear you.
Why is my
by the
settings
way.
all fucked?
Oh, we can hear you. You're good.
Wait, can you hear me?
Scarra,
Yeah.
you sound quiet now. You sound like you're far away.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can
Okay,
hear you.
5.5. How's
Mic
this
check,
sound?
1, 2, 3.
You're... Maybe one more.
Okay, how about this?
Yeah. Good.
Okay,
Okay,
guys.
let's all find a door together, yeah?
Let's run away in all directions so we don't know where each other went.
All right, so I
Okay, go.
have a key, so we gotta find the door for this key. If I die, we can't leave, guys.
Split up.
I don't think splitting up was the purpose of this game, chat. There's like
Oh, a door.
Door!
Door!
Whoa! I got it. Here, watch this.
IPN! Where did
Abracadabra.
IPN go?
All right, well, we're gonna leave him. It's okay. He'll figure out. Use
Okay.
Q and E to balance yourself.
Oh, I mean, this seems easy. Here, why don't you go first?
Wait, IPN,
wait,
follow
we
our
can
voice.
get IPN to go
Marco. Marco.
Where am-
There we go.
Perfect.
Alright.
All right, Q and
Get in
E
there,
to balance yourself.
Boy.
Hey, Glizzy boy, get in there. Q and E.
Yeah, come on, Glizzy boy, get in there.
Q and E, come on.
Wait, tell me, what happened?
Oh,
what I
oh
do?
my God, Scarra, you're. Where are you? Where did you go? Oh, you're down here.
Where
Okay,
am
Q and
I?
E.
Wait,
down there,
whoa,
you
whoa,
have to
I'm
get
not
back up.
next.
Wait, what is that?
Whoa, women
Wait,
first,
Scarra,
as
you
they
gotta fix your
say.
mic.
Oh,
Oh shit!
wait, is it
Bro,
that
Scarra, you gotta
bad?
fix your mic. You're peaking again. Yeah,
Oh.
yeah, you're peaking.
Wait, no. It's alright.
It is peaking a little bit on my end.
Oh, your mic is
All right, how
really
about this? How about
glitchy.
this? How about
It's
this?
like-
I'll just be a little quiet.
Yeah. Okay.
All
right.
right, here you go.
All right, women first.
All right, Gumi.
Oh, wow.
How do you do this anyway?
Oh.
Oh, Hi, Scarra, your turn.
Yeah.
It can't be that bad, right? Oh shit! It was that bad. Hey guys, I realized why it was so difficult.
Guys, are you
Oh.
Wait, are you the real one?
Yeah, I'm the real one. I'm Celine.
Oh.
Yeah, watch this. There's my card.
Wait, how do you take that out?
Yeah, where's your
What button are you
credentials?
pressing?
Press C.
Yeah.
C.
See, it's
There,
it's
see?
me. It's me.
That's me.
Hello?
It's me.
It's me. Look, see? What does it say in my card?
Oh my god.
Guys, show him your card.
You're showing! Come back! I'm looking back! I'm looking back!
It's out the Scarra.
Guys, take me. Guys, get it off me. Guys, get it off me. Oh, wait, I'm good. Guys, I'm looking for. I remember playing this a long time ago. I think there was like a sign on the wall. Oh.
Hello?
Oh.
Did you see that?
Get here.
Oh.
What?
Oh.
I ran up here. I was being chased. Wait, who was looking at me when I was being chased?
Oh, that was me. Okay, so
How did you get out?
we did it, guys.
I went up the stairs.
Only one of us needs to do it? Who took us back here? Get back in there.
Yeah, get back in there. Get back in there.
Okay,
Yeah,
it's
that
a
was pretty
puzzle
funny.
time.
Like the monster was just yelling at me, but
Dude,
All right.
I
It's
heard
puzzle
it
time.
running past me. I was
Make
so
sure
scared.
you know each other by the ID
why would you be
card.
scared?
Thus.
But why would we need to know each other? We can just listen to our voice.
True.
No, there's like AI, right? So they like AI voice your.
There's
Oh.
no way. And AIs can't replicate us.
Yeah, I'm
Like,
literally
I'm
irreplaceable.
Guys,
Yeah.
Do I drink
Well,
this? What
okay,
does
we
it do?
find AI Scarra. If he doesn't say women, we'll know he's not real. If he doesn't talk about how much
Alright,
he
guys,
hates
let's all
women.
use our safety words.
Okay.
What's your-
I found
Oh, wait.
almond water. What does that do?
Yeah, what does almond water do?
I drank mine already.
Oh, wait. What? How did you drink yours?
Oh, I pressed the mouse button. Guys,
Guys,
not all of us
wait,
can
there's a
fit in.
flashlight. Hey, there's more almond water. I got almond water. We gotta figure out this
Why you look
puzzle.
like? Look at this! Look at this! Why you look like that?
What?
Oh.
Apparently, almond
my
water
God.
restores sanity. Almond water restores sanity. I don't know fucking why would almond water restore sanity?
Dude, I
of
fucking
all
knew that
things?
shit after you two.
Oh, cars!
Oh, what's this say?
Cars. We have to count the
Wait, wait,
cars. Three red cars. 3 red cars, 1 blue car.
Oh, so guys, I don't. What does this sign mean?
What's this?
Green, blue, red. one.
How many? Oh, how many? That big car. How many Mercedes Benz? How many small car? Is that it?
Yeah.
I have no idea. Is that what that means?
Guys, I'm scared.
There's 3 reds, 1 blue car. Oh, it's like which car is what color, right?
I found the image. Huh?
Sky, what's your opinion about women?
Oh, they're awful.
What's your opinion?
They're bad.
There's a flashlight here.
There's a flashlight here. There's some water. Oh God.
Don't need a flashlight for this tiny area.
Oh, more cars.
How do we know? How do we know what they are?
We don't. This puzzle is useless.
Okay.
Oh, is that all we need?
Yeah. Beep us up.
There's a little. Oh.
Oh wait, maybe because like positions of the car, right?
Oh.
Yeah, the red, blue. Yeah.
Perfect.
We're so smart. I knew it.
Yay!
Are you guys AI? Are you guys AI?
Oh, it's me. It's me. Women.
Show us your
Women. Women.
All right. IPN. What's your opinion? IPN.
Oh, I don't think
All women do is leave.
That's him. That's him. So how many back doors does this game have?
IPN.
Because like we're escaping all of them.
I guess so. I mean, it's called Escape the Backrooms, so I assume we're trying to escape.
Yes, I don't have a flashlight.
It's okay, just follow Scarra. He has a flashlight. Is there anything here? Oh, there's more almond water. How do I like fucking pick up my almond water? Oh, there it is. How many almond waters do I have? I have 3 cans of almond water.
Can I throw this?
Does it show me leaning?
No when. Oh my.
Wait, do you guys hear that?
Yeah,
What the burn?
What the fuck are you hearing?
I hear the bum 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 bum. Yeah, the ambience. Yeah. Bum bum bum.
No, I hear like someone whispering.
Huh?
Oh. Oh, you're going crazy. You gotta drink your almond water. Get your almonds in. Get the nut in.
Yes,
Oh, I found the key.
Oh, there's a key. Wait,
Oh,
I found
nice.
another key.
Oh shit, the keys are there.
Wait, you guys are actually going like.
Just the lens?
You guys are. Brrr,
What?
brrr.
No, that's just the lens.
Oh wait, don't
That's
go,
just the
don't
lens.
go out, don't go out. The voices tell me he's right around the corner.
Wait, what?
Oh my
The
god, look
voices
at
are.
him!
Oh shit! Where is he? Oh, there he is.
Outside the window, look.
Oh my god, is he naked?
Oh my god, look at his ass. That's a nice ass.
Wait, look at
not
his
gonna
Chad
lie.
walk. He's like,
Yeah.
Wait, he has something shiny on his foot.
Oh no, that's just. Oh, I think that's just textures.
Guys?
He's looking at us.
I don't think
you can
open
in my
doors.
you
face.
can come inside here.
I don't think.
I don't think
there's
he-
no
no,
way
they're not
you
smart
can
enough to open doors.
Yeah, they're not that smart.
Well, he's
See?
kind of against the door right now. It looks like he's
He
trying
has
to...
no opposable thumbs. Oh, who did that? Who did that? Show me your ID card right now. Who is this? Fucking guy.
Wait, what is it by?
Guys, I think we need to make a run for it.
Wait, what is
Who
that?
has the most almond milk?
Wait,
I got a
How
lot of
should I look
almond
up?
milk.
I nominate IPN to be the bait.
wait, what? Look up. Oh yeah,
Yeah?
wait, lock. Like that.
Oh, they're gone. He's gone. He's gone.
Goodbye, guys.
He's gone. He's gone. Yeah, he just ran. Alright, we got this. I think he's gone.
Ah, found another key.
Okay, we have IPN's voices to tell
Wait,
us
we
where-
can
Oh, we have a
put the
key
keys here.
Guys,
I think he's outside, guys.
There's a poster outside. It went... Hey.
Oh,
look.
oh, that's him. Wait, we need
Wait,
three
he's right
keys.
outside
We
our
have
door.
two.
Oh wait, we need
We only have
3
two
people.
keys. We
Wait,
need 3.
wait, they're all in. They're all in. You need to press them at the same time, I think.
Oh, okay, okay. I'm ready.
Okay, you guys count
Okay,
down.
okay, are you guys ready?
Who's counting us down?
3,
Okay.
Alright,
2,
3.
1.
I did it.
I did it.
You guys.
I did it.
Oh,
We
there's
did
a
not do
4th
it.
one over
We
here.
did not do
Wait,
it.
no, yeah.
Oh, we needed a 4th key. Okay. We
Wait a
were missing
second.
a 4th key.
Huh.
Apparently we can't count, guys. We needed a 4th
Okay.
key.
I
Okay,
don't
so
know.
it was right outside our door. Earlier.
Is he?
Okay, we just need one person to go out and find the last key. We don't all need to go out. Right. Alright, Gumi and I will stay here and guard.
He's
Okay,
right
it's fine.
outside, so let...
Okay, that's goodbye. Whoever.
Show us the ID.
Oh, he's angry. He's angry.
Show us the ID. What is your ID?
Oh my god, goodbye. Oh, goodbye. Crack a cold one. Is there only one left? They wait 4 people. I think 2 people can take one side. Oh my god. Hey guys.
What is your problem, IPN?
Why?
So the almond water didn't save us.
No fucking shit. We don't have anything.
Dude, I didn't think that monster was real. Okay, I didn't think that monster was real.
You thought it was
You know, like,
voices?
you know, like I've been watching it, and it's like, oh, it's not real, it's not real, and then it was real.
Oh yeah, that wasn't your imagination.
I've never watched it before.
Wait, have you guys not read the? Oh, you guys don't read. Never mind.
Oh, do you know the ending of it? Do you know the ending of the book?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
They removed it from the fucking movie.
Yeah, you know, like,
wait, what?
Like the writer, right? He was like super fucking high when he wrote that book. You know that, right?
What?
Yeah, the writer of the.
All right, guys.
Where are all the fucking keys?
Excuse me?
Yeah, there's keys anywhere. I'll just need flashlights.
Wait, where's Scarra?
Okay, there's
Now the
Scarra.
real question is that him?
I don't know. He's walking very strangely right now.
No, that's definitely me.
I was like, is that him?
Alright, guys, do not open the door. Guys.
Wait, we have
Do not
Oh,
wait, we have all
open
4.
the door.
I think I
We have all
found the
4?
key here. So like, I mean, I'm just the.
Okay, ready?
Okay.
Okay.
Alright, ready? Who's counting down?
You do it.
Alright, 3, 2, 1.
I switched it already.
Oh
word,
my god, we
word.
did it. It's okay, it doesn't matter.
Oh, the keys don't reset? Wait, that's easy.
Dude, I was
Alright,
like,
we're
is
here.
that
That nothing.
Scarra? And he just
Yeah, I was gonna say Scarra that not Scarra was walking too well. for
What do you
him.
mean?
It was too well of a straight line. Alright, hey, now we're in the back rooms.
Guys, I'm scared. Oh, there's almond water. I'm not
Look
scared
at that,
anymore.
there's office supplies. Oh shit, almond water. We need that.
Dude, that shit
Okay.
is useless.
No. You.
Wait, no, a flashlight. There's so many flashlights. Why is there so many?
Just in case we all did get one.
Okay, guys, it's very dark, guys. I think now I know why we have flashlights. All right, IPN, you first. I think that's IPN. Oh, this is
Wait, he
actually
ran.
really, really dark. Oh my god, he fucking ran.
Wait, I'm running too.
I like how we're holding the flashlight like it's a fucking gun.
Polo.
Marco! Anything here? No? Wait, there's a corridor here. Oh, nothing. Nothing. It's all closets.
I think this is
You
as
want to go
far.
down?
This is as far as I got the first time.
Oh, and then you got stuck? Where did you get stuck?
No, I don't think. I think I didn't finish this for some reason.
Oh no. What is the reason? What is the reason why you didn't finish this? Oh, it's so dark. I feel like we should go down. Remember when there was a passageway down back behind us? Yeah. Yeah, I feel like we should be going down that ramp from earlier.
Okay, it's this way.
It's like back here.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was this way. Hey, I think one of us is not gonna make it. And I think it's IPN. Unless he finds the exit for us. I think he went down, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, the ramp. There's a ramp right here, guys.
Oh, okay.
Oh, down we go. Down we go, guys.
Down we go.
Guys. Down we go. Guys. What? That's not him! That's not him! That's not him! That can't be him!
What do you mean?
Oh, wait. Wait, what?
You are the fucking worst.
You fucker! Oh my god, you fucker! I can't believe it! You little bitch! Oh my god.
Guys, I found it. Guys, I found it. Hello? See my flashlight?
Safe word. What's the safe word?
Polo. Women.
Oh shit, there it is! There it is!
Okay, woman.
I think it's this.
Okay, wait. I mean, where else would it be? Alright, someone press the elevator. Oh yeah!
Oh my god.
Look, we're doing pretty well. Look, here you go.
What the?
Hey, where are we? Fuck are we? What's this place?
Oh.
Oh, garage.
Yeah, but how do we do this puzzle? There's a
Wow,
button
there's
here.
one exit button.
What is it? Stay
Wait,
in
there's
the
an
light.
exit.
It says stay in the light.
Okay.
Alright. Does the cow we flash each other? Consensually?
Pow.
Do you guys all consent to getting flashed right now?
Oh.
Okay. Oh. What has... Yeah? What's this?
I hope it stays lit up the entire time.
I feel like it's not gonna... No, Gumi. I think it's not going to stay light up all the time. I have a feeling. Wait, guys. Guys. What was this? What is this, guys?
Well, that's the exit.
Let's do this? That's the exit?
Don't we have to
Like, do we go in there? Do we go into this exit? I feel like all the doors are locked. Wait, there's a... But oh, that's
Wait,
just
this is the number's 39.99. What kind of number is that?
These two doesn't have door. I mean number.
That's my.
Some of them don't even have numbers. Yeah.
Alright.
I feel like we have to go to...
Okay, you know what? Let's go through
I
this.
feel like we have to go over here. Yeah, let's go through the exit.
No, that's not it.
What do you mean?
There's a lock code on it, or a padlock.
Oh, isn't that where we
Yeah.
came from?
No, we came from all the way back there.
Oh.
There's no way.
Put in 39.
Was it 3999?
Oh, there's like a... Oh my god, what is this? Oh. I can't even explain this. Go press F on the
not work?
security button. You can choose between 4 different possibilities. And the possibilities are like a lot of text. It's walking like a skin crawler. Oh? What? Wait, what happened?
I pressed the security padlock like you said to, and then it crashed.
And then our
my
game
entire
crashed.
game.
We had to do it again.
Oh my
No,
god.
it saves, doesn't it? It saves, doesn't it?
Oh no.
Sure. Yeah. No, of course.
We saved. Oh, it saves. Oh, someone said. Someone said it saves. Someone says it saves.
Perfect.
Thank God. Okay. Okay. Thank God. Oh shit! Now I can actually accept your invite. Nice. I'm ready.
What is that? Who's? Oh, that's IPN.
That's me. That's
Nice.
IPN. Oh, we're Scarra.
Scarra?
Scarra?
Women.
Okay.
Wait, women.
Alright, we got this. I believe in us. All right, muting now.
Yeah. Well.
Oh,
Okay.
thank God. Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God. Where's the door?
I think.
So what
Here,
was the
door
thing?
one.
What the? Oh wait, there's a 0. 0.
Door 1
Wait,
works.
what?
Like,
Wait, no, this
yeah,
is
only door
from.
1 opens.
That's where we came from. Door 1.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Okay. There's
a
this.
1 on. Oh wait, that's door 1, right?
Yeah.
1.
There's 4.
4.
37.
37.
94. 7. 9.
I don't know if there's a point to reading these numbers.
3999.
Okay, but
There has
like,
to be a point,
didn't
'cause
he
there's
say
no
there
other
was?
doors that opens.
There's like number possibilities, right?
Like,
So what does the numpad look like?
you'll see.
Okay, I'm gonna look
It
at
looks
it.
like
What if I
multiple
click the-
choices. I hope she doesn't crash. What?
Hands up. Just stick up.
Guys, I know, I get what you mean now. I get what you mean.
There's just, it's like a different language.
any coders in chat that can read this for like as somebody was like, damn, Fallout looks wild. Someone says pretty simple. IP, are you looking at it right now?
I'm always worried it's just gonna crash out.
Who? I think IP is doing it right now. He's not responding. I think like you're in the code, you can't hear anybody.
Oh my god, he's in
So
the
is your
Matrix.
mic freaking out, or is that? Am I the only one hearing that?
Huh?
Well, sometimes you guys have like cuts in, like the cut. Like, is it me all the time?
Yes.
Does it happen all the
You
time?
you are
Really?
like
right now, am I?
Oh no, you're good.
You're freaking out a little.
Is it freak? It just happens like sometimes.
Yeah.
To you guys as well, but it's not like is it like a frequent?
Where did I hear an echo from? Is it myself? I can hear myself at all times.
Yeah, that's normal.
Oh, okay.
Huh?
Whoa, he did it!
I did it.
How did you?
This guy
We did it!
went
We're so
online.
smart! What?
No. Okay, so what it does is like on the right side, it says what it requires, and you just find it in the tabs, and then you just click it.
Oh.
Oh my god,
It
we're
tells
so
you on the right side.
smart! Guys, get in here, guys.
Wait, guys, what does this do? Oh. Oh, hey, turn
You
on the
went
lights.
online?
Oh my god, that was us. This is where we started. Guys.
It's automatic, Gumi. It's automatic. Nobody was closing
Wait.
Oh, that's a
We're
password.
being monitored?
It's a password.
Shit, for what?
There's a
Where's the
password.
password?
The note is right here. And then just type it in.
What's the password?
It heard you.
It heard you.
I opened the gate just now, I think.
Where is?
Okay. I think we run this way.
Wait. Okay, we open the door.
Gates open. Yeah.
Where is it?
Which doors did we open? Can't believe you didn't know it was automatic.
Yeah. I was like, why does she keep closing it?
It's not 7.
Wasn't there a big gate?
Oh, there was.
I think we opened that right now.
Yeah, we go back. Oh, we go back to the gate. I remember.
At this gate. Oh, there it is. Oh, it's automatic again.
Automatic?
Yep.
Oh, the light's
It says
flashing.
we are. We gotta stay in the light.
Okay.
We gotta stay in the light, guys. I don't know. That's the thing.
Oh, is this a door?
The fuck is that?
I think that's why we have to stay in the light.
Oh, that's, it doesn't get close to you? What if we flash it?
The other light's over
And
there.
does it
but I
stay?
don't want...
Wait, I want to know if it stays there.
Guys, I made it.
I like this, guys. Oh my god, you made it. Oh my god, will we make it though? Whoa.
Oh, it's an Amazon package from Poland.
It's over there.
What? It's from Poland.
Oh my god, Poland? What's it doing for Poland? What's it doing here?
Apparently it moves, Solen.
I'm cracking the cold one.
Alright, where's the next area that would go?
I think one of these blue doors has to have something. We just gotta find it.
Okay, I think I'm fucked. I think I'm fucked.
Wait, why you turn? Wait, you turned? It was Goomy. Goomy, what did you turn around?
Turn around. Oh no. Oh. Wait, I'm gonna wait. Wait, where's he going? Alright, we gotta go from that cat side. Okay. Go.
Go.
Go. Oh, does Goomy come back? I think one of us accidentally body blocked her.
One of us. I'm not gonna point fingers, but
I don't know who could it be?
oh my god, he booked it.
Oh my god, he fucking crazy.
What the fuck? It was really close. Morally bankrupt with about 51 months. Thanks for your subbing. Oh my god.
Wait, hold up.
Wait, which way do we go? We go this way.
Find our station.
Don't worry, guys. It's me. Oh, you're not sure? Oh no, I'm sure. It's me.
It's going.
We did it, guys.
Wait, this is
Scarra,
going
you
on
flew
forever.
Too close to the sun.
I can't believe
feel
he
like
killed me there.
I can't believe he stood at the edge. Oh shit.
Are we stupid?
Oh my god.
I think we're going on forever.
I think so too. I think it's loops.
No, no,
Are we
no.
going
I
the
think,
right
I think we
way?
go backwards. I think we go the other way.
No, because it wouldn't. Because it would say station or fun on the wall.
Huh?
Okay, but
I
what
don't
if?
know. What if we like trick it and then like go backwards? I don't know. I'm scared, guys.
Okay, pull out your ID.
Ready? Hello, everybody.
Hello? Wait.
I think.
Wait.
Wait, I think they went the other way. Wait.
Wait.
Okay, Scarra, I believe in us.
Yeah.
I believe we're going. One of us will find the right way. You know.
Yeah.
One of us. Only one of us needs to find the exit. So like that's okay. We'll be the heroes of the story.
Yeah, we're the heroes.
Yeah,
We're not the ones that are
heroes.
gonna
It's okay,
die
wait.
first.
Yeah, exactly. We'll be okay. Yeah. Yeah, I believe in us. Oh no. Scarra, I don't know. Scarra, I
maybe
don't know.
I was wrong.
This feels like Scarra, I feel like we've ran further than where we started.
Yeah.
This feels a lot further than where we started, Scarra.
No, this is just like the treadmill of life, okay? You ever feel like you run a lot in place and you don't go anywhere?
Yeah, you're right.
That's
Yeah,
like
yeah,
us
yeah,
right
yeah.
now. It teaches us a lesson.
Yeah. Wait, I can run forever now. Wait, what? I'm not getting tired.
Oh.
I can run forever now. Look.
Oh my god.
Look
We're
at me
free.
go.
We're free.
Oh my god, we're free. We're free. Scarra?
Where the fuck
Scarra?
is it? We're fucked.
Scarra, are you?
Wait.
Where am I?
Wait, hold on. Hold on. Where'd he go? Stop running!
Guys, I did it. Guys, you're welcome. Where the
We
fuck
did
did all of you
it.
guys go?
Yeah, where did you guys go?
I ran into the monster.
Oh, it was the other way. It was the other way.
I told you there was a monster.
Yeah, I did it! I knew I
How
was
could
gonna
you
be the
leave me,
hero
Scarra?
of the story. Scarra, did you also
How could-
die?
No. I was chasing after you. You were running so fast.
Wait, why did you respond? Why? I was like, why did you say anything, Scarra?
No, you ran so fast. You ran so fast. You're far away from me.
Wait, a door opened. The
Wait,
door
wait.
opened behind.
Wait. It's this. It's this. What is this?
Creep.
I think you could do something with this.
I heard a creak too.
You can press F and open it.
West. IPN left us.
What?
He went into the door that mysteriously opened.
I hate this.
IPN, we know that's you. Take this. We know that's you, IPN. You're you're playing too dumb. IPN, fucking stop.
Wait. Here it is.
Wait, what?
Oh wait, never mind. I thought we were supposed to turn it off.
Here it is. Here it is.
Doors here.
What's this?
What?
It's a chocolate bar. Yoink.
Oh. Oh, I found it. Oh, I found it.
Use that big brain.
Who's the electrician? Who's the electrician?
You found it?
I found something.
IPN, he has another. He's doing another one right now.
Okay. I could turn off the electricity.
Wait, I don't know if that's a good idea.
I don't know.
Okay, I got it. I got it.
You got
It's
it?
not green.
Yeah, it's
No,
not
because
green
you need
though.
all of them.
Wait, what? Okay, I turned it on. The light went from red to green. Oh, this one's still red.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I was turning it on though. Yeah, but it doesn't turn
I
anymore.
thought you did it.
No, the one of these was not. There it is. There it is. There it is. There it is.
Okay, we did it. How did you just randomly turn buttons on until it worked?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was like, I feel like you guys didn't think that one through.
What are you
Another
trying
one?
to
No,
say
not
about
here.
me?
Well, not about you. I'm talking about
Oh, it's right there.
Okay, watch this. I can do it too.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm watching.
I accidentally. Did I do it?
No, go back.
I did it, guys. I knew I'm
Perfect.
that smart. I'm so fucking smart, guys. Did we do it? What else do we have to do?
I mean, there's a door now.
You go through that door? Do we got all of them though?
We got 3.
Was there supposed to be 3?
I can't count.
I'm so confused. I feel like there should be more. Yeah, there's 4 of us, so there should be 4 of the fuses.
Oh, you do
Or maybe
speak.
6, because there's like... No, it should be 3. We should go back to the thingy, because I think we turned on the box where it had a little... the
Oh, like the substation? Yeah. Were there more areas?
I think we go this way.
Was it this
Oh,
way?
here.
Where's the
We
exit?
haven't been
Yeah,
here.
yeah,
We have
this-
not been here. Wait, no,
Oh.
that's where
Oh,
Scar
no,
came
that's
from.
where
Never mind.
I went. Yeah. So.
But this
forgot-
door we
that's where
haven't
you
been in.
find-
This door was not
Oh, it
open.
opened. Wait, the door opened. Yeah. It opened. Oh. Where? There has to be another section, right? I like how we're all bunched up together.
Yeah, if it kills us,
in the
it
corner.
has to take all of us.
It has to go through all of us, yeah, except for Gumi, who's separated from us. Hey. Hey, let me through you.
I found one.
Oh, nice. Oh,
Hey.
this one's a little dark. Whoa, there's a corridor over here. There's another fuse over there too. So maybe we're gonna be opening this door later. Ah, yes, closing the door. Closing our escape route.
Oh. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. You open.
You closed the door now.
Oh my god.
Dude. Someone closed the door now.
Who the fuck would do that? Who would do
That's a
that?
fuck for that, man.
Ah, Scarra. Women, right?
You blocked me.
She closed the door on me.
Who would have done such a thing? Holy shit.
Wait, we have to go through there though.
I think maybe did this thing do anything?
I'm drinking.
Wait, you got
almond
the fuses,
water.
right?
Yeah, no, we had to do all the fuses over there.
Oh.
We had to finish the fuses.
Wait. So count them. How many lights are there total? There's 9.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm
we
pretty
got all
sure
the
there's more
east ones.
fuses over there.
Yeah, we got a couple more to go.
Yeah.
I hope I die.
I just skipped.
We
I
actually
don't
have to
know
go
why
through
I
him.
missed the door.
God.
I need to peek. Maybe you can flashbang him.
You just throwing
God,
the
light.
almond
He's a
water on
gamer.
him?
He's a gamer. He can't take the light.
I'm gonna open the door. Okay? 3,
Use
2.
your flashlight. Flash him. He didn't consent. All right, go, go, go. Oh, where did he go?
You're not gonna like the answer to that question.
I'm scared. Scarra, it's you and. Oh wait, you guys are back here.
Okay. You guys?
I got you. A body block.
Hey, I
Promise?
got it.
Okay, I'm gonna go pee. Be right
Yeah,
back.
yeah.
Guys?
Okay, let's leave.
What's up?
You're gonna want to see this.
Yeah? See what?
Bitch, I heard you.
What do you mean?
No, I've always wanted to see that. Oh, we're
I
fine.
see it.
We're fine.
Run
we're
back,
fine,
run
we're
back.
fine.
No. Watch, it's afraid! It's afraid of the light! It's afraid! Look, he's so scared!
Oh.
You guys are cowards. You guys are fucking cowards.
He's right.
We need one more. I saw y'all run away. I saw all of you run away. Wait, they're gone. They're already gone. What the fuck is that? Is that like a human dog?
Dude,
What if I just... What does he do? What are you doing to that thing?
Guys, we're missing one. Ah! I don't like the sound that it makes, man.
Where did it go? There you guys. Did you guys get all of them?
I think we're missing one. But I don't know where it is.
The door would have unlocked. The door would have unlocked by now. You think it's behind the dog?
No, I checked.
Wait, where's Gumi?
She's still in the room.
Wait, which room? There's so many rooms.
What, you left
Which
her
room
and
could it
she's
be?
like going to pee.
No, she said no. She finished peeing.
She did not.
Dude, that was so fast.
Okay, yeah, I think she's gone. I think she's AFK. We'll find her one day. If we all die, at least Gumi will.
Wait, maybe the
this
door
for
to
us,
the right are opened. Actually, up here.
No, we're missing one more, aren't we?
No, but there was like
This
another
is where we
door up
came
here to the
from.
right.
Oh,
Yeah,
there-
and to the right.
It
This is
opened,
where-
it opened, it opened.
Oh, it opened. All right.
Where's Gumi?
All right.
I'm sure she'll find this.
Tell her. Yeah, I'm pretty sure she'll find out.
She wrote
she'll
er.
find out. Yeah. We'll tell her we died and that she has to clutch this. Let's say that we died and she has to clutch it.
Guys, there's another one here. I'll hold this one off.
Guys, there's another one.
You guys come through.
Wait, where's the other one?
The other one
Wait,
go?
the other one
looking at it.
despawned.
Where'd the other one's gone? Yeah, the other one's gone.
Guys! Does that not work? I got owned. What breed is that? I don't even know. Wait, hold on. It's literally just me listening to dog sound. I see. Can they find the last fucking light? The Gumi is literally stuck in the middle of fucking nowhere. You know, I'm not gonna lie, I hope TwitchCon announces like Amazon Prime too. Everyone with an Amazon Prime gets 2 of them or something. Or next for sure happening, yeah. Dude, I can't hear VoIP. Prime Plus, true. Dude, I'm not gonna lie. With Twitch, yeah, when Twitch Prime first came out, if you wouldn't go to TwitchCon, you made so much money. You mind doing a charity stream soon? I don't have an annual or any kind of charity stream plan usually. The thing is, usually unless I feel like it's for a cause that I like, I don't really do a charity stream. There's no fucking way IPN walked into the electric current and killed himself. Bro. Yeah, streamer posing technical charity, true. Like, honestly, I always, I don't know. I feel like it'd be like, unless I did a really good event for it, it'd be like an embarrassing amount of money that I've raised for charity. Like, because I don't even feel comfortable telling you guys to support me. So like I feel like it's a little bit weird to ask you guys to support charity. I mean, last time I did a charity stream, it was, yeah, like I funded like half of it, which is not bad. Selling, just kill yourself, bro. Selling. The bigger one, that's true, but yeah. The backpack battles, I have not. Dude, I'm literally just watching Selen try to solo this 1v4. Yumi's in a fucking box. I'm about to take this time to start cutting my fingernails because they're pissing. I am slightly OCD about my fingernails. My length, I hate it. I have to clip, like, shorten them every week. Like, I don't, oh. Every week? It's more, yeah, it's multiple times a week usually. I'm really anal about it. It used to be because I did the thing at school where you bite your nails a lot and it like would fuck your nails completely, right? And so my solution to that, genius solution, was to just cut them so short non-stop that I couldn't bite anything. There was just nothing there. So I've just been doing that non-stop, and that's been like the way I deal with one of my issues. I saw your video, Pro-Z, why are you lying about being furry? I'm not lying. So my nails super short, same. I don't like seeing the whites on my nails. So like, generally if they grow a little bit too long, I just cut them. Probably like once or twice a week. I shave less frequently than I cut my nails, which is crazy. Dude, I'm telling you, Selen's the fucking walk on some electrical water and just fucking explode. We're literally watching her solo the game. That Arab G's have to shave every 3 days. Oh, I know some people who have to shave every day. Oh, she found it. Wait. Selling typical Clary, bro. Are you kidding me? The dog just attacked me out of nowhere. Unprovoked. Oh, let me go make a face. What? Have you watched her 86? What? I don't know what that means. Did you guys used to do Kirby emotes when you were younger? For some reason, I like Kirby emotes were really cute. 86 the anime? I have not. Yeah, like those emotes. They're cringe now, but like when they're I was younger, they're cool. I literally can still see IPN's dead body. Oh, guys. Guy. Why she's someone's ass the whole time, man. I can't even hear her. Or Gumi. It's just, you know, you can't even push to talk. I never, oh. You mentioned last night by Lyra and Maya. What did they say? Hopefully only good things. Yeah, not anyone still plays Lost Ark except Scarra. God, bro, fuck, man. Saying no, I'm good. I don't know what that means, so I'm sorry. I'm known as that Lost Ark guy. True. Are they on Discord? No way. Okay, it's in one of these. Hold on. I am. Which of these 70 fucking rooms are they in? God damn it. Hold on. It's this one.
What do you mean the other side? I don't see any doors.
Oh, hello.
There's no doors.
There could be.
Dude, I've literally just been...
I'm literally looking at it. Where the fuck's the door? Where is the door?
Yeah, I'm just saying a possibility. Okay?
Why did you come over here and help out?
Dude,
I don't know where you are. I don't know where you are.
Been on a box for literally 20 minutes.
Sipping a drink.
What do you mean?
He hasn't moved.
It's not my fault. You guys left me.
Wait, I told you where to go.
We told you where to go.
No, all I heard was go left, and then no, I'm at the. You said go to the right if you want to find them, but where to the right? Like how far right?
There was
no
a
switches over there. There's no switches over there. I looked on the other side.
There was a prison area, and if you went right, you could meet Stella. If you went left, you see the exit.
Okay, Gumi, why don't you meet up with me?
Yeah.
Gumi, isn't that a wild idea?
Dude, what are you? Okay,
Wild
Gumi, what?
idea.
Gumi, what are you scared of? They're literally just dogs. You said just now, a moment ago, that you're dogs too.
Hey man, listen. If Selene gets the light switch, I
Tell me
open
the
the door, we're
dailies.
out. That's my
Yeah,
job.
if I get the light switch, I couldn't.
She's
literally
lost.
Not find the light.
She needs you.
I need somebody.
She needs me.
Yeah.
I'm on my way.
2 lights.
Literally, her only protection died in a pool of
Wait, what do you mean you
electricity.
found 2 lights? I switched one of them.
No, I helped you find it, didn't I?
I don't know about that one, Chief.
I found it.
You did
Gumi,
not.
can you go?
Yes, I did.
Can you go find out how many lights are left?
It's literally
just
one.
one.
It's just one. I am in need right now.
I don't know which way anymore.
Go in. Go in the doors. Go in the doors. Go in.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah. Okay, there's
So
one.
it's, I don't know, it's a middle.
It says the
bottom.
middle one. You're missing the middle one. So, in between the two, maybe?
Okay, Gumi. You're gonna want to go into the right, and then left, and then this all the way down.
I'm gonna watch through Gumi, yeah.
Alright.
Do you see that door? That's where Selene is. Eventually.
Maybe she finds the red light.
Eventually.
Yeah.
You'll see me.
There's only one.
Do you have
way
a
forward.
flashlight, Gumi? Yeah, take that out.
Wait.
If you
Where's
see a
the
dog,
door
you point at it.
Oh my god! I found the fucking final light.
Wait. Okay, go
I
back.
did it.
Go back, Gumi. You're good.
I did it. I fucking did it.
We were.
I fucking did it. You're fucking welcome. I don't know how to do this.
Oh
How are
god.
we supposed to connect this?
Oh, connect the colors, basically, like.
Okay. What do you mean, basically? What does that even
So,
mean?
okay, let me wash your shit. Do you point the blue one to the left?
Like that?
No, the top one blue should be pointed to the right side.
Are you getting carried in a horror
like
game by
this?
Selene? Are you serious? I
top
kid
one.
literally in her fucking brain
Top blue
with
should be
fucking
pointing?
puppeteering
Yeah.
her right now. Are you
To the
serious? Like
left.
this?
The top pointing blue to
Oh!
yeah, and
Okay,
then
okay, I got it.
She
I
doesn't
got it,
even
I
know
got it,
she's
I
being
got it.
manipulated by
I got
a
it,
man.
I got it.
Literally being
no, that
mansplained
was
right
correct.
now.
Green bottom and then blue. Yeah, got it.
Yeah, it's Ratatouille at the
No.
moment.
Okay, I got it. I got it. I don't got it.
No. Okay, just listen to me. Go back to where you were. Do you see the top switch? Blue
I
should be
got it.
pointed right. Okay, nice. Thank you.
It opened.
Holy shit, you found the exit, Gumi? Good shit.
Wow, Gumi! Oh my
Good shit,
God.
Gumi. Let's go.
Oh my god. Alright, I muted you guys. Let's go. Hello?
I did it.
Oh my God, you did it, Gumi! Wow! You clutched it. I'm so
Let's
proud of
go.
you. I'm so proud of all of us. Woo! There's nothing in here.
There's like a chair.
I need a flashlight.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh, there's juice.
there's a door.
There's more.
There's what?
There's more door over
I can't.
here.
I can't even tell how my sanity is right now, honestly.
There's
Press
There's a
I,
door
press
right
I.
here, yeah. Yeah, no, but what? How do I know if my sanity's low?
Guys,
I
I'm
can't
taking a sip. I'm
Apparently
taking a
when
sip.
your brain disappears.
My brain disappears. It's already gone.
Okay, well then.
It always has been.
Oh god.
All these doors
Oh, this
are
is
locked.
this is not locked.
Except for this one. That has nothing in it.
An almond water.
That's cute. Oh yeah, almond water. Well, I'm gonna drink my almond water. I don't know if I need to.
I found it.
It does not look any different. Guys, we found it! Huh? Where's Scarra? Oh, there you are.
This
I was like, where? Oh!
hmm.
It's back outside. We found it, guys.
Do you want almond water, Selene? I have almond water.
Yeah, I got some. I just found a new can.
Oh, Bears here gaming. Welcome back for 4 months. Wait,
Back
we're
here.
back.
One.
Yeah. 4. Wait, what?
Oh, all of these are open?
No, that's where.
Oh. Oh,
Guys,
I'm
this is where we
stupid.
from, guys.
Oh, I'm stupid. I'm sorry.
We came from 4.
Okay. Let's not open that
Okay,
one.
So we came from 4. 37. So this should open up now, right? One of them.
Yeah, one of them.
Right? Can we open any of them?
Maybe.
Can we go back to the
elevator?
big one? Yeah. Maybe this room? We go back?
Yeah, that sounds right.
Maybe we have a new gate. Maybe this door. We can do the elevator now.
Yeah.
Oh, apparently we have to go back to the office. That wasn't the right exit.
What?
Yeah, it wasn't the right exit.
My bad. Wait, we looked at everything on our side. Gumi.
I think there was still one more door. We're gonna get stuck in one of those doors. I know, I swear.
Oh my god, it's a ghost store.
Guys. Woo!
Hello?
Oh my
I
god.
have important information from the computer. It
What
said,
is it?
be careful entering the rooms. If the windows aren't blacked out, it's a trap and you're gonna die.
Oh. Okay.
But I mean,
so
like,
we gotta make sure the windows aren't blacked out. Oh yeah, there's a
yo. Oh, oh, I don't know if you can go. You can't go into theirs, right? Wait, is that
where
it?
we came from?
Wait, that's
no,
it.
That's where we came from.
Wait,
It's out in the water.
it's here.
Wait, here?
It's here. Think? No, wait.
Oh.
Yeah, but it's like, what do I do with this?
I don't think it is here. I think it's just decoration.
Oh, wait. Okay, well, what about this room?
Is it this? What's in this room?
The windows are covered. There's nothing.
Okay, there's only so many.
What the fuck?
Only so many closed doors.
Where is it? What could it be? I feel like we opened everything. What did we not open? Guys, I am confused. What have we not done?
Well,
Where have we? That's where we came from, right? Right here?
is
That's where we
it?
came from.
No.
Yeah.
That's back there.
No, that's not
No,
it.
this is where the original. This is
No.
the original area where we came from. Right?
No.
Yeah.
No, this
Oh,
is new. This is new.
Oh shit!
Okay, where's
What the fuck? This is
IBN?
the
Get over here.
We're in. We did it.
Okay.
I thought this was where we came from. All right.
Wait, are those not
Well,
covered?
we figured it out.
Wait.
Well, this is a big room. I don't know if it counts. I think they mean small room.
Yeah, this.
Holy shit, you scared the
Did you
fuck
hear
out
that?
of me.
Did you hear the
No.
door going bum bum?
No.
Oh. an office
I have
here.
so
I
much
heard
juice.
that.
Wait.
I'm gonna drink my juice.
Guys. I found the stairs. Oh, where'd you guys go? Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Show me your card.
Hello? Women.
There's nothing here. Hello?
Wait.
Oh, I found the exit. Or not the exit. Something that looks
Oh, you found the
suspicious.
exit? Oh, okay.
Something that looks
Where is
suspicious.
it?
Does it not look
Oh, it's a
suspicious?
staircase. Ah, it'll be fine. We'll be so healthy.
Wait.
Oh, hey. We're back in here.
This is where we came from. This is.
Is this where we
Oh.
came from?
Wait.
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 I can't tell anymore.
Wait.
No, it
Guys,
has to be
I'm
something
so
with the vending
lost.
machines, because you can click the vending machines.
Oh.
Click the vending machines?
Yeah, wait,
Oh.
I got this. Hang on. I got this.
Oh, he's got it.
So it's
Everyone's
1, 2, free. No, I know.
4.
Free
3.
books.
It was
How many
3.
waters is there? 1, 2, free. Wait, how many is
3
it?
waters. How many chair? And there's 3 waters. There's. Okay, does
1,
it count the
2,
stack of
3,
books?
4.
1, 2, 3, 4. 4 tables
I'm drinking.
and
I'm
4
drinking.
chairs.
No, and then how many chairs? 4?
4. Yeah. Hey, we opened it. We did
How
it.
am I so smart?
Oh.
Oh my god, we're so smart.
There's a computer here.
A computer.
What's the password again? It's always.
It
always.
heard you. It heard you.
It heard you.
Guys.
Yeah.
I don't think this is fully blinded. This room is definitely not.
Where?
At the end, maybe?
Well, I mean, we'll be fine, right?
Yeah.
We'll be so
Maybe
healthy.
into these smaller rooms now.
Well, we'll find out when we get closer, right?
Oh. This guy made a mess in the trash can.
There's some more juice. Does anyone need juice?
You know what? I can take.
I'm
Oh.
getting juice.
Okay. Okay, fine.
Okay,
I don't
look,
need
I gave you
juice.
guys 5 seconds. Oh no, the true
Oh.
horror game back
Wait,
to becoming
guys.
a wagey. Oh,
It's a computer.
computer. Did you guys find anything in the computers earlier?
No, I couldn't interact with it.
Oh, okay, it doesn't matter. Then.
Babe.
There's more juice. Do you think the cubicle have stuff?
Ooh. Like Tarkov?
KG. I don't see anything in the cubicles.
Oh, I got an energy bar. I got some more water.
Wait, another door.
Oh, I guess like you pick up items. Yeah, there's
What's
almond
whatever,
milk. I gotta get up here. Oh, you crouch jump.
Oh my god. More doors. On the other side.
Doors?
Alright. Yeah.
Oh yeah, the other side. Over here.
Here? Looks safe. It looks so safe, guys. I trust you all with my life. Did we come here? What's this?
No, we did not.
Oh, hey, look! Reset camera. What?
Wait, I think we can't be seen.
24-hour surveillance camera. Where are the surveillance cameras?
Would-
Where are they?
Guys,
Oh here.
guys, it's not. It's the room
Oh.
without blinds. The whole room is without blinds.
Oh.
Wait, keep speaking. I think it sees us.
No, I reset the surveillance camera. I resetted it. Alright, we can't be seen by the camera. Where are the cameras though?
Yo, I can't see inside here.
What happens when you get caught by the camera?
Get someone with a energy bar.
Are you okay over there, IPN?
IPN, can you find me a flashlight?
Where's the camera on this side? It's over there. Where? It's on the corner.
Oh god.
It'll notify you if it sees you.
Oh my god, the maze.
Wait, there's a.
Wait, I found it.
Huh? Where?
Champion found something.
Oh my god, it says spotted.
Hey, there's the exit.
Guys, it says we got spotted by 2 cameras, so we have to reset it. Run back.
Oh, wait, where is this? Oh, it's the. Oh, that's the. So one of us just has to go back and click the reset, and then we just walk through.
Huh.
That's the stealthiest of us all.
All right, we're so selfish, Gumi.
Guys, where the fuck is my flashlight button?
I was okay. That's you, right?
No, I went through. There was a room.
Okay, I'm gonna just keep eating my things until it eventually goes down to my flashlight.
There's no way. Oh yeah, nice. We did it.
Oh wait, there it is.
Oh, pick up a crowbar.
Oh god. So you go through like.
Wait, that's.
Oh wow,
that's
it's so
fucked.
bright.
Just cheat like that.
What do you mean cheating?
Guys, look what I have.
What do you mean?
You guys,
cheat?
it's Gordon.
You ain't trying.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. We made it all the way across. What is this? There's
Guys, there's 4 bug sprays. 1 for each of us.
Oh no. What's the bug spray for?
Get-
I hope for bugs.
Getting rid of pests. You we get a
Wait, we gotta pick. Wait, we have to press it at the same time.
Oh, do we? Oh, okay. I got the guy over here.
I got this
Wait, there's
dude.
not enough. Yeah. Someone get the lady on the other side. Are you guys ready?
Yeah?
3, 2, 1. Press.
Oh no, there's a password, kind of like there's a sequence. I think.
Oh. Wait, where did you see the password?
No, just press like until one. Press that one.
This one?
Press 1.
Now let me press one.
Shit.
All right, press yours. And last one.
Nope.
Oh, I didn't.
That's not it.
Wait, mine lit up at the same. It's like a code. Okay. Hit one of them. Perfect. I hit the last one. We did it.
Yeah? I don't think we did it.
Maybe try from age.
Okay.
Just try and do it from age.
Who are
Who's the
these
oldest?
people? Isn't that Lincoln? That's not Lincoln.
Older. Who's older?
Alright, we can do this.
This girl looks very young.
Girl first.
Okay, wait, we have to reset. No, we have to reset because I got this one. We have to reset it.
Okay,
Let's reset.
girl first.
What are you? Are you wasting bug spray right now?
No.
And then the lady, and then.
I'm just getting rid of some
guy in the
pests.
corner.
Yeah.
And then the last one.
Okay,
Yeah.
click that guy.
Oh, there you go.
Shit, we did it! We did it! We're such a good team.
Wait,
I got
wait.
my bug spray just in case.
3.
Yeah.
Who's using their bug spray?
Me, I'm making
Got it.
sure.
We're gonna make sure.
Okay, guys, there's a long corridor here.
Reward you?
There's a big room. There's a long corridor.
Maybe it's a long corridor. Wait, was that another? If you feed them, they will reward you. Oh, they want food.
Oh, I gave them a chocolate.
What did he give you?
I don't know.
Oh,
What is that? What is that?
I keep giving
What'd you get?
nothing. There was nothing. They gave it back to me, so I'm now giving them juice. Maybe I
Oh,
gave
they
them the
didn't
wrong
like it.
item.
They didn't like it. Maybe give them almond milk.
What? I don't think they want our consumables then. We have to find food for them here.
What do they want? They didn't want
Guys,
almond
I
milk.
think we have to find stuff
Guys,
around.
They don't want almond
Stop.
milk.
I'm around. Hello? Dude, look at these restrooms. They're kind of nice. Well, huge room. Not to be confused by small room. Hello?
Marco! Oh my god, what is this room?
Hello?
You go through that?
Oh yeah, it's just a restroom. Don't worry, because now we got these. I think it's up here.
About this,
I think it's
Scarra.
I think it's this. This goes up. This
oh,
goes
hey,
up.
there is a staircase. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, but what the fuck is the?
I used the
pesticide
spray and
for?
got moth jelly, guys. I got moth jelly.
Wait, where did you use the spray on? You
some
find like a
moths.
moth?
Yeah, I killed it. Now we go back.
Oh, okay.
Oh. We did it, guys, as a team.
A team.
Oh, Gloomy got some too.
See,
We're
a team.
Oh my god, look at us go.
I found one too.
Did you kill the bug for it?
Yeah.
Yeah, he did. What do you get?
I got a key.
Where does it open?
Maybe one of the many doors?
Was there a locked door nearby?
Well, isn't it the doors over here?
Another key.
Is the doors are?
There's a lot of
There has to be
rooms down here.
Are the doors these rooms?
Oh.
Oh, these are not. That's a no. Where'd you guys go? Marco. Marco. Marco.
A moth jelly looks like moths.
Marco.
Who would have thought?
Marco. Oh, there they are. Wait, how long is this game, guys? I thought this game was like 5 levels. It's long, really? I'm here.
We did it!
We did it!
Yay!
We almost all can't fit.
Oh my
Huh?
god, yeah.
Who you want to kick
This is
out?
not-
IPN? Oh.
Did we escape the back rooms yet?
Oh, okay. There's.
There's so much dust in here.
All right. What's the note
There
say?
is 209, 10, 11, 12, 14, 15, and 20.
Wait, the note says that there's a question mark somewhere.
Oh my god, what the fuck? What the fuck? You ran into me like you weren't real.
NPC behavior.
That's some NPC shit right there. Wouldn't they go to like 14, 15 or something? Was it?
Oh my god, there's
14?
hiding spots.
There's hiding spots.
Oh.
Where are you
Oh,
guys?
that's not. That's not good.
Wait.
There are hiding spots.
How do you know which one is who?
Don't worry, I got my women.
Oh, I found a U.
What?
Okay, I found a letter. I found the letter U.
A U?
We can go back.
There's
A U?
18 here. U?
Yeah, I found a paper.
I don't know.
Goodbye.
Oh, it's a dog! No, it's a dog! It's a dog!
Flashing it. It's going away.
Ah, I knew that. I didn't run away.
Yes. Yeah, me too. I came back. Whoa, shit! Oh, it's the moths. What do we need the moths for? Oh, there's more almond milk though. Wait, why do we need to hide if it's just the dogs? I don't think it's just the dogs, guys.
Oh no. Oh no. I heard someone say excuse me.
Oh, guys, I don't.
Oh wait, that's a fake. That's fake. That's fake. That's fake. That's fake. That's fake. Run, run, run.
Oh.
He's coming fast. He's coming fast.
Guys? Let's see. Hello? Oh. Not safe. Not safe. Not safe. Not safe. Just gonna wait here a little bit.
It's Celine! Excuse me.
Hello?
Excuse me.
Hello? Yumi?
Are you guys out of your
Yeah.
hiding spot?
Yeah.
Did someone just open a door near me?
Run.
I don't. Oh!
Alrighty. Hey, you want to jump out of the closet? Yeah, you're right. You're right. I'm brave. Being brave is stupid. Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Is he still out here?
Gummy's
Hello? Len's here.
Oh, thank God.
Who's that?
Okay.
Oh, thank God, that's you.
No, don't worry. It's
Oh,
women.
thank God, okay.
Hey, where's IPN?
Oh.
Thank God, it's women. Thank God for women.
Oh,
Where
yeah.
are you guys?
Where are you?
She's in the back.
Oh.
Excuse me. Excuse me.
Is IPN still alive?
The IPN dead? I don't know. I feel like we didn't go this way because the monster was blocking the.
Oh,
Yeah. 210. Nothing here. Oh, I don't like this.
Whoa.
I don't like the ominous music right now.
Oh, he found it. He said he found 6 letters.
He's found 6 letters.
But that
okay.
makes us look bad. We gotta find letters too.
Yeah, no, I found a letter.
Yeah.
Guys, I think
the
I saw it
IPM picked
outside.
up.
Whoa, find your own hiding spot.
Mention of someone outside.
I need to use the
I hear
bathroom, guys.
them.
I'm gonna stay. Oh, I'm using bathroom. Be right back.
Scarra, was that you?
Where? I'm outside.
I heard something in the hallway.
I wanna go. I wanna go. Here we go.
Is it safe out there?
Okay, so far.
I'm gonna take a quick peek.
You're a liar. Yeah, this is a game where every floor has like a puzzle or something where you have to get to the exit and then it restarts. As long as one person of your 4-person party makes it, you move on to the next floor. And it is a long time. Actually, I need to pee. I'll be right back. I'll play some ads. Hold on. Ugh.
Hello? Is she still gone? Is she shitting? If she's shitting, I'm shitting. I'm kidding. I'm gonna get dinner. Oh wait, I have to feed my dog.
Guys. Hello, guys.
Are you back? Oh, I think IPN died.
Oh, I'm back.
Hello?
Hello?
Where are you?
I'm outside. Where's Stellan? Hello?
I don't know.
Okay, I think she went to go pee. I just finished peeing.
No, she came back.
Okay, I'm gonna just leave you, okay? Goodbye forever.
What?
Hello? Hello? Hello?
You're near me.
Yeah. I think we just need to go back.
Okay.
I lied.
Dude. Oh my god,
Great
dude.
job,
I
guys.
sped. Dude, I sped through the monster so quick, picked up all the letters, got the code, and I got stuck.
I came back and I just see him stuck.
Oh, we have a thermometer. Ah.
I can't believe it, guys! I did it, guys! I carried.
Guys.
Yeah?
Is the thermostat broken? Because it's awfully hot in here. Never
Nah,
mind.
that's just me.
Whoa.
Nah, that's just me. Nah, that's just me. That the hello? Is this thing
I need
on?
to find a cold area, right?
Oh, what is that?
Oh, hey, moth!
Wait.
Moth! I think we can, like, get... Apparently this, like, gives you stat bonuses.
Machelli?
I think we have to find a place that's, like, super cold or something. Right?
Cool.
Where else could it be? Alright, someone flashlight for me. I can have only one hand.
Okay, lights on.
That's 72. Wait, Marco?
Oh,
Shit, okay, come with me. Alright, one of you guys come with me and I'll...
Hello? Hello?
Where do we go?
Hello?
We found a room that was 7,000
Super high. What?
Scarra?
ID up. If I can see him. Oh,
I
yeah.
love women.
I mean, that does sound like you, okay? I'm pretty sure the right way is here, but, like, it's scary. I'm scared. You see that?
Did you hear that?
But this is where we started.
Yeah, you're alive.
Hello?
Are you still alive?
Yeah.
But what? Yeah?
Yeah, come here. I need your help.
Okay.
I need your help with the bug spray in here.
Okay.
Bug
here you
spray?
go. Oh! Get down! Get down!
Is it working?
I don't know. Guys, I don't know if it's working, guys.
I think it worked.
Are you sure? Guys, I don't... Okay, maybe if you crouch down and start spraying them, they won't do anything. Guys, I don't think it was working, guys. You know...
Guys, that's a free loot. Free loot, free loot.
I can't scream. Holy shit. Look at all that loot though. Okay, I think we did find us. I think we gotta find something else.
Yeah.
I think there's supposed to be another exit, guys. Alright, let's find the other exit, guys.
Where is it?
Where is
Wait,
the
there's a
other
door
exit?
here.
Wait,
Ooh.
what? Where?
Where?
Yeah, we went this way. No, there's a dead end. It's a dead end. I went that way before. At least IPN tested it for us, you know? Now we know.
True.
Now we know. Good for him. This is actual maze. Maybe we'll find another. Oh, what happens if I turn that red valve? Oh, hey, yeah, what does happen?
Oh. 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 We're all dead. Guys. Sell as rat queen for reason? Oh, more like moth queen.
Okay, I thought I could crouch down and like avoid it.
What does it say? Find the exit.
Find the exit. Well,
Wait,
now we
didn't
don't
you
have
find it?
any
I'm pretty
clue.
sure
Yeah,
we
well,
just-
we found a door.
We just go to the red valve.
So maybe we don't turn the valve.
No, I think we have to.
No, the valve is like steam. It makes the bugs run away.
But it's spawned.
Yeah,
We
guys,
turned the fucking
just
valve.
FYI, the bug spray does not work.
Oh, okay. Thank
Oh
you.
wow, really?
Oh,
guys?
wait.
So,
Does one
there's-
person wait at the
What?
the cave and then you turn the valve? Hmm.
Oh, maybe.
Does that work?
Oh, there's a bug! There's a bug!
Where's the bug? Where do you guys find the bug?
I turned the valve. I turned the valve.
Guys? Ah! I'm okay.
I turned the valve. I turned the valve.
Everything. Yeah, but the valve is like. No.
Yeah, what's up?
Hello? Hello?
I lost him. I've already
Hello?
lost him.
Hello? Marco?
Marco!
Hello?
We're here.
I'm in.
Crouch walking.
I'm in the walls.
You're in the walls? How did you get in the walls?
Well, I mean, I'm like through the wall.
Wait, did you glitch?
No. I'm just.
No, he's just on the other side of the wall. Is what he's talking
He's on the
Yeah.
other side of the wall. He's in the walls.
I'm in the wall.
I
Oh.
see. Hey.
Hmm.
I think this is the text.
So if you walk over there,
This is the text. Okay.
it's the
All right.
door.
I figured it out, guys.
Uh huh.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's not. It's,
Okay,
it did
Scarra.
not kill the stuff that we wanted.
I figured it out.
Uh huh.
If you crouch walk
Mm-hmm.
underneath the bugs, you won't die.
So you're saying like right here.
I don't think this
Yeah,
is the
yeah, yeah.
exit though.
Yeah. We have to
Pretty
find
sure
the
this is
right
the-
one. Where are they? Where did IPN go? Is he still alive?
He's dead.
Wait, no, he died.
Oh, he's dead. Oh.
I turned the valve and he died first.
He died.
Oh, there's another valve. There's another
Turn
valve.
it on. It spawns in that room ahead of us.
Okay. Maybe if we crouch, it won't see us.
I see it. It's on the wall.
Yeah, but it doesn't say shh. Shh. If you don't look at it, they won't know we're here. They won't know we're here. We don't look at it. See? We're so safe. Everything is fine. Look at that. See?
Why does it make noise for me getting kidnapped? Why does this Discord have Breeding Basement and Pussy Pound Town as channels? Oh wait, this is the original one, right? Where it was. No, I only named Submissive Tower. I definitely didn't name Pussy Pound Town. Reopen the Scarra Discord? No, never. What weeb show is this from? Let me go double check. Hold up. It is from. Oh, it's a Sawano song. What is this from? Light Your Heart Up. Light Your Heart Up. Yeah. I don't know. Oh, it's Gurren Lock. Not the Gurren Lock, the other one. Kill a Kill. I will say Premiere Music was fucking S tier. Really fucking good. At least one or two of their tracks were really good. I thought they did a great job with like, again, I watched Premiere just for fun, and it was a fun thing to watch. And I'm very happy about that. Do I remember what the plot was? I don't even remember what the fucking plot was, man. But I just remember I had a good time. Yeah, I think it turned into mechs as well. Fuck, it's Studio Trigger, man. Just it always go turns into mechs somehow. All right, hold on. Maybe I will turn on Goofy's stream for this. Wait, hold up. Maybe they're almost out. That does look like an exit. That looks like what I would think an exit would. Oh my god. That is a death trap. Attack on Titan is, I would say, Oh, I don't know how to say this. Turns into a mech anime. I'll say that. I think, yeah. I will say, starting wise, no. Like, it's starting wise is like very different. But if you would make that argument, I would not say you're wrong. But some of the early chapters of Attack on Titan are still some of my favorite. Some of the music still my favorite. When that comes on, that's like something you have to sing to. Fist on the chest. I could never get into Attack on Titan. FAO was good till Tower, and I heard there's, dude, I really wanted to love the arc season 3, but then like there was some weird scene with, there's just a random fucked up scene, and I was like, I don't really like how this season's going. I saw that, I was like, oh, I'm good. Shotgun Frontier. Shotgun Frontier is actually the better SAO, I will admit. The current arc is kind of a really far deviation though, but they did a really good job with that one, for sure. Is there an anime that exists all the way and lasts more than 3 seasons? I would say FMA, just straight up. I would say it. There were, yeah, FMA is just good all the way through. Yu Hakusho. Oh, there was one bad arc, I think. The only arc they weren't in the tournament was kind of bad. Like the tournament became like the village or something. I don't remember. But there was like some exposition stuff that was a little slow. But then they got back to tournament arcs, so it was good. Yu Yu Hakusho was the tournament arc. No, that was Flame of Rekka. That one was literally just like, I think the entire story is 6 tournament arcs. The entire story. Like, literally, you could not be in a tournament during that. Yu Yu Hakusho had one that was, there was one part of one arc that was not a tournament. I remember because I was like, that's really confusing. And then there was another one that was oh fuck, what's the one that was Martian Romance Awakens was just tournament arcs. I really liked that one. That one was one of my favorite ones. It was like about a guy and he had his weapon that was like a talking ball on a stick. And then like he had like billion transformations. The game takes longer than I know. Hunter x Hunter, it's good, but like definitely like I don't know what to even say about Hunter x Hunter. Like the Ant arc was a little long for sure, and then there's just like once it gets, the manga is stupid. Like I'm not up to date, but when they did the exposition, there's just some panels that are just so memed on the Hunter x Hunter, like such a fucking joke. There's not even the text. The entire panel is just text in a paragraph, and I'm just like, oh, there's no fucking way, man. That's what the latest Jujutsu Kaisen chapter felt like. Yeah, you know what I meant, right? When I talked about Jujutsu Kaisen, I said that they do exposition like in a way that I don't like. Like that's why like I have a lot of respect for Chainsaw Man. But no, I gotta pull. Fuck this. I'm gonna pull up the 100x. 100x a chapter that was all text. Like I think I found it. Wait, let me go look for it. Oh, it's this.
Page 18 just hit me like a.
Wait, what the fuck? Was it just a thumbnail? Oh, it was. Fuck. This is true. It's not this there. It's usually very tame. This is a very good panel, right? Like a very solid panel. I like stuff like this is really great. Then this is like holy fuck. That this stuff like this where I'm like the manga will probably do it better, or the anime will probably do better. Do I not trust anyone? Nah, they only had like one of these. I think it was very low, but there were some times where it just really felt really bad that the quality of the art decreased because the author was so sick. That was like the worst part. Like I could deal with panels like this, but it was like this plus like the quality felt really bad. Oh, I do have a recommendation for manga. I found something that was really interesting, and for the first time ever, it's been like 6 months since I found something. I'm like, oh, okay. I think it's called Kusane. I read the first 4 chapters or 3 chapters. I was like, oh, I'm out. I'm down. It's a really interesting premise. I kind of like it a lot. Let me go pull it up. Kasane, yes. The art is not what you think this thing is. Because when I first saw the art, I was like, oh, fuck. What is this? It is very much not what you think it is. I don't want to spoil it. It's yeah, it's good. I was really surprised. I'm telling you, like, I'll give you a better review once I'm 50 chapters in. But I started reading it. I was like, oh, this is not what I expected, and I'm like, oh, okay. I don't think it's yaoi, but who knows? It could just like spit on me at the last second. It ended? Oh, sick. Well, that's really good. Bro, hold on. In 2020? Oh. Well, I just heard about it recently. I think it was definitely something where I looked at the cover art and I was like, oh, ugh. Like not generally my genre, but I got baited because like the cover art is not what it's about.
Oh.
Yo.
Hey, what's up, man? Don't you have to go soon?
Yeah. So I'm just waiting for you to find the fucking exit.
We're literally trying.
I've been wondering this whole time, why don't you guys run and then when it gets hot, you guys start crouching?
No, because it
I'm
senses you even if
scared.
it's not near the hot room.
And I'm scared.
Because Scarra wasn't in the hot room, but it like came around the corner and once it sensed us running.
I'm now lost. I don't
Do you
know if
recommend
I've
the
been here
manga?
before.
No.
Everything looks the same. Okay,
look
whenever
behind you,
we
Gumi.
Gumi and I we die, and then so
to the right.
everybody else
Go
can
back.
so we can all
Okay.
play.
And then
Oh.
look to the right. What is that? Just
If
pipes?
Okay, if we all die, then we can all play the game, and we can all try and find the exit together.
You want to die and then speed run us crouching?
No. We're gonna test IPS here and see if it works. Wait, I think I'm in a new area.
Wait.
Girl,
I
they all
think-
look the same.
I was gonna say I see a red lever.
They all look the same. I've never seen this red lever before. True.
Oh, pull it, Kronk.
I've never seen this red lever.
Oh.
I'm in a new area. I'm in a new
Oh,
area.
that is a moth.
I am a new area. This is definitely a new area. It's definitely a new area. I found a new area, but I don't know how I got here. I'm very confused.
Where did you go? I'm
I
back.
don't
I only
know.
watched season 1 of ReZero.
I don't know how I
ReZero was
got
an
here.
interesting
That
one.
is a good question.
I think I
just
didn't
somehow
like it
found an area here.
reading wise, but maybe the anime is much better. I dropped it before.
Okay,
It's a dead end.
Celine,
dead end.
do you remember the fake door area with the
Yeah.
moth or the bug?
Yeah.
That we split up at. Did you go left or right?
I don't know. That is
Okay.
a very good question. Alright, so the room I just went in was nothing. It was a dead end. But there's a giant moth here. Look at him. Okay. I don't know if I went this way, so I'm just gonna go this way now. Everything looks the same. I cannot tell anymore.
Okay.
No, yeah. I
Wait,
feel
this
like
is a new lever, right? No, this is the same lever we saw earlier.
Girl.
Wait, I don't know.
Wait, I think I'm in a new area.
I don't know.
I
came from this way, apparently.
And then I'm this reader.
This way.
I dropped that
Okay,
shit.
so
so
I came
fast.
from here, and I
Cool
went
premise,
that way.
but
And
Wait, I'm
then
for sure in a new area.
we're all
no,
so
'cause
sure.
I actually remembered the entire path because I went in circles so much.
I don't know. Am I in a new area? Wait, I am in a new area. There's like thermometers here.
Warm?
I found thermometers. Oh, I got us a checkpoint.
Oh, really?
Are you sure about that?
Yeah. My chat said I got us a checkpoint. We did it.
Trusting chat.
Look. At least they're helping.
What? We're
Like,
helping too.
Unlike some people here right now.
Wait.
Oh, no, yeah. Wait, I am. Wait. Am I?
No, I found a checkpoint. That means we can die. So other
Oh.
players can have a good
Are
time and
you
contribute to this.
sure?
Yeah, I'm sure. I am so sure I found a checkpoint. I just went in a circle.
Well, I am in a new area too.
Yeah, I'm in a new area. Is this where I came from? I can't tell. I think so.
There's so many valves on the wall here. Oh, I see the thermostats. Come back.
No.
Okay.
What?
Okay.
Wait, did I come from here? I did. Okay, I feel I know where I came
Oh
from.
my god.
I know where I came from.
Hit the button. Oh, you did.
Wait, but where did I come from? Where did I go?
Okay, well, what if you hit the button?
Wait, where are you? Where's the thermostat area?
Oh.
How am I supposed to know where you went?
Okay, Gumi, we can die. Technically.
Just run, please.
We can die technically. We should do it. You first.
Don't die, just run around and try to look for the exit by going fast.
Oh, why is this hot? Why is this hot?
You be turned on the heat.
I'm lost again, guys. Apparently, there's 2 checkpoints. Oh, wait, is this new?
No, this is back where you were. Almost.
No. I didn't see that guy before, right? Right?
Oh.
Right, guys? No, it is new. Yeah, I haven't seen this guy before. It's because there's mobs here. I haven't seen those mobs before.
Gumi was there, at least.
Oh, shit. Gumi was here?
Yeah.
Yeah, I moved forward.
Okay, so that's where the thermostat is.
Dude, I think I'm gonna die of old age before we're done with this room.
That's what I'm saying.
Like I'm literally, I feel my arthritis like just growing.
No, see, there's another fucking mob here.
I'm getting dementia as we speak.
This is where Gumi was earlier.
I haven't been here.
Oh,
How is Gumi ahead of you now?
Because I accidentally backtracked and got lost. I got so lost. I backtracked accidentally. What do you mean?
Oh, what's this?
Oh my god, you are ahead of me. Okay. Wait, which way do I go? Oh, left side. See, I'm not crushing anymore, guys. I learned. Oh, there's a valve here. That means there must be
I think
a mob
Gumi found
here.
another checkpoint.
Did you find another checkpoint, Gumi?
Yeah, she did.
I did. I found
Thanks and welcome back for 104
we're
fucking months. Love you, your stream, and the people in chat, including the ones I hate. Wow, you are so forgiving.
Checkpoint. Oh, look, see? We did
Alright, now go back
it.
and get out.
We did it, guys.
Explore the other place.
Thank you so much for
We
resub.
did it.
Girl, there's
Okay.
a moth outside to the left a bit.
Yeah, but we just crouched next to it.
Yeah. No,
Yeah,
you were
yeah,
just
yeah,
walking. Yeah.
Wait,
Yeah,
apparently
yeah,
chat
yeah.
said this was my checkpoint. I found this checkpoint already.
No, there was another checkpoint back there.
Oh, shit. So I went ahead of this moth to find that checkpoint? I was here before.
Oh my god.
Wait.
So you...
So wait, what? We found...
So they crouch walk this
I'm
whole
gonna
time.
fucking puke.
Okay, Gumi, are you ready to die?
No.
So we could-
No, you solve this. Figure it out.
Wait,
My
but
life
what?
is not
We should
worth
do it
anything.
together as a team.
I'm a husk of a man now. I don't even count as a full person anymore.
I've been here before. I've walked here before.
I've heard you say that 6 times. Like 6 times.
Okay, you had the wrong people to survive. We were never meant. Wait, we were here before. We saw this guy. I saw him
we just
before.
went backwards.
I saw him before. I said hi to him.
We've been here. This is where we originally
Die
came
right
from.
now.
Gumi, I'm gonna run, Gumi. I'm gonna run, Gumi.
Okay.
I'm gonna do it. I'm going to do it. I'm
Okay,
gonna
do it.
There's a
I'm
lever
gonna
right
do
behind you, literally. Like, just fucking go.
I'm gonna do it. Oh. Okay. Alright.
Okay.
Now what? No, this is... Now you're going in circles, Gumi.
No, I'm looking. That's just a dead end.
Wait. But then we came from here.
Oh
Did we
god.
come from here?
Oh god.
Did we come from here? I don't know anymore. I don't know. There's a valve here.
Fuck, you hit it.
There's a valve here. Oh god, that scared the shit out of me though. Wait, maybe? Is this where we saw the bug?
This is...
Is this new? Guys, is this new, guys?
Well, there's a bug on the wall
way.
right there.
There's no fucking way. Bro.
Is this new? Wait, where's the bug? I don't see no bug.
It's in the dark on the
Oh,
wall.
I see him. I see.
Do you think the temperatures tell us something? Because this is 133 degrees.
Oh, do you
the
need to like
temperature's
keep
different?
raising the temperature?
No, we're
Wait.
supposed to find the exit.
Wait, behind you is more thermostats, so that's a different checkpoint? Because you guys
Is that
already picked up.
different?
Yeah, because you guys already picked up like the other ones, right? For the other one behind you, Selene.
I took one off at the last checkpoint that I was at.
Behind you is where the thermostats are.
Here?
Behind you. Right
Here?
there.
Wait, have we been here?
Walk into the room at least so that if there is actually a checkpoint.
Wait, no,
Oh,
we
this is
have been here because I
125.
remember this bug. I saw him before.
Wait, so the other one was a checkpoint.
I remember.
So it's two different checkpoints.
Oh.
Wait, is that no?
Where are we?
I've seen this bug 5 times since I started watching.
Gumi, where did you go?
I'm just trekking forward.
Did we see this bug before?
Yes.
Yes,
you said it.
5
You're going-
times. 5.
Did we go here then?
Hello, Kazu.
Literally.
Oh, I remember this dead end. I remember this dead end. Gumi, please. We have to die. I think that's it. That's the plan. We have to die and Scarra can find us the exit.
I think I gotta go. I'm literally just no, like actually, but like I'm like I'm literally I'm trying to watch us because I want to see you finish it because that'd be cool. But like, I can't.
Okay, but Scarra, wouldn't it be so cool if you find the exit after all of it? Wouldn't it be so cool? Scarra, just like teaching us how it's done,
What do
you
you mean?
know?
What do you mean teaching? I don't know what I'm doing either.
Scarra, I think you can find the exit. I believe in you. Where am I? Now where am I?
Gumi doesn't give a fuck anymore. She's sprinting.
Oh, I remember this. We've been here before.
Oh my
I
fucking
remember
God.
this. We've been here before, guys. How many more rooms after this? I need to know. How many? We've been through so many back rooms. Are there more?
I think this is a really long game.
Oh my God! There's like 6
Dude,
more.
I think I'm gonna die. I think I'm gonna go into the bug room.
All right, let's go to a bug room. We should.
There's 45 levels.
There's 47 levels. All right, Gumi, I'm gonna go
45.
die. I'm gonna go die.
I've already
Gumi.
died. I've already died.
I'm gonna
I've
go die.
already died.
Take me. Okay, but like he has to catch me first. No, we have to at least finish this room. We have to. Come on, guys.
I'm gonna run for it.
on.
I'm putting up the gas. Gas me out.
Guys, we have to at least finish this room, guys. Come on. It can't be that bad.
Little map? No, that's fucking boring.
I like how you guys are just
Oh wait, these
sprinting now.
mods are new, isn't it?
Oh,
I don't trust you guys at all.
The tiny mods, the tiny
There's a
mods.
bug. There's a bug here.
I don't know anymore.
So this is 125 degrees.
Yeah,
Is
I've
there
seen
a
this
difference
room.
in the temperatures?
I don't think so. Okay, what if we all split up here?
Girl.
If we all split up, one of us can find the exit. One of us can. All right, there's
This
nobody
game
over
anymore,
this side.
sheep, bro. Like, I
Is there
just
anything on
watch
this
you
side?
shit on this game that I'm playing, like with
Oh,
friends.
this is a dead end.
Honestly, just shut the
Yeah,
fuck up.
I think
like,
I'm making progress.
Why? What?
We're
Your
all
opinion right now is just so negative. It's like, who cares?
Okay, we
If
know
you don't
this is
like
a dead
me,
end.
me play this, just don't watch or don't type.
Oh, there's a door here.
Like,
No,
actually,
we've been here
you're
before.
like,
Someone triggered a moth.
Who ran? Who the fuck?
oh god, I ran.
Who the fuck ran? Who ran?
I found the exit. Dude, how is that so hard? How is that so hard?
I cannot believe you found it in the 1 minute.
Hey, we We got us the checkpoint. We got the checkpoint.
The checkpoint, guys.
Okay. I actually have to go.
He actually has to go. Collab's over.
Yeah, I'm not because of that last round, but like I gotta go.
Wait, what? IPM, what did you start? IPM, why are you coming back? IPM, did you start something? Oh. Alright, GG, guys. Wait, where's...
Oh, GG, guys.
GG, we did it.
Yeah, I escaped. I'm out. I'm never going back, guys.
He actually escaped. Dude, the true back rooms were with these two, Scarra. The true back rooms with these two.
Goodbye. Thanks for the games, guys.
GG's. But where was the exit? How did you guys...
God. That... Holy moly. Okay. I have a couple of minutes before, but like I don't think I can do anything. It's chill. I'm pretty sure I'm just gonna go ahead and raid someone. I have something to go to late at night. So I'm out, guys. Oh, Peter's streaming. I'm down. See you later, guys. Have a great night.